Good morning and welcome to the 2023 AMSOIL Big Sky 200 just outside of Broadview, Montana, and we are live racing with the limited classes. It is going to be a great day of racing, so make sure to stay tuned in all day long. I am Miles Hasquist alongside Mrs. Pam Hall, and the party has already started and we are live racing. It's going to be a great day.
Yes, we've had 8 cars take off the line this morning. We've had John Matthews, Dwayne Garrettson, Sean Rance, Eddie Oliver, Alex Fleming, Taryn Howich, Josh Adbury, and Troy Digby have taken the green flag so far, and it's going to be a great day of racing.
There are multiple cars out, or multiple classes out on course today. There are, it's a 40-mile lap. There's two laps for some, 3 for others, and 4. It's going to be great to see another car off the line as we speak. That looked like...
And there's a 1018 of Anthony Taylor.
And we have another member of our team out there on course. She'll be bringing us some behind-the-scenes stuff. So, Erica Allreed, we're going to throw it down to you at trackside. Take it away, Erica.
To catch up with some of the drivers earlier, and they said it is absolutely crucial that they do not overdrive their cars, because if there's anything that we learned from yesterday's racing, it's that this course can be incredibly deceiving and can eat up cars if drivers are not careful and cautious, guys.
Thank you, Erica. It sounds like Matthew Weiss, number 55, just took off.
Yes, and Jesse Bennett took off right before him, but we are live racing. It's a great day out here so far. It's a little bit chilly this morning, but you can see that amazing start line right there. There's Troy Digby right there making his way through. This track is so much fun. Troy came all the way from Louisiana to come race with us this weekend. And
he sold his co-driver seat for gas money to come up here and go racing.
Exactly. That was super cool. Drivers do that sometimes, and it helps out with the race program.
So these 1600s that'll be starting at the back of the pack do 2 laps. The stock and 46 do 3 laps. All other classes do 4 laps today. So the first of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series is the 844 of Shelby McDonald, with Allie McDonald riding shotgun in that old school Bronco out of Flowey, Montana, with Inland Truck Parts, ProFab Motorsports, Electric City Brake, and McDonald Farms.
All right, we'll see who's coming up next. It should be the number 4623 of Brexton Glimes. It looks like that is actually an 03, so we'll get the number on that one really fast.
That is Daniel Wright with Randy Wright riding shotgun in a 98 Jeep TJ, Dana 44, built by his father and son team out of Arvada, Colorado. There's the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fad jump. That's Matthew Weiss floating over that jump.
Yesterday we were seeing the UTVs. They were driving so fast down that. They were definitely hauling the Mel over it. Later on we'll be seeing the 4400s doing the same thing as well. We are right now about 12 cars off the line so far this morning for our 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class and our 4600 Spider Track Stock class.
Yeah, multiple classes racing this morning. That looks like it's the 4623 of John Williams, and it is. John Williams out of Murray, Utah, with Active Air out on course. And like you said, Pam, we have multiple classes out on course. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class, the 4600 Spider Track Stock class with Ultra 4 USA, and then the Yellowstone Off-Road has their comp, their stock, and their 1600 buggies.
Combining the classes with their series and our series. It's been awesome out here this weekend. So many people have been having so much fun out there, and that will be the 870, which will be also in our class. That is Zach Albert.
With Elise Herman riding shotgun in a 1988 Chevrolet Blazer out of Blunt, South Dakota, with Pierre Sports Center, Blackhawk Marine, and his dad helping him get through this racetrack.
Right, and that is the 4605 of Mr. Albert Contreras taking the green flag from Mr. JT Taylor.
He is one of our MAO ambassadors with his son Tristan riding shotgun out of Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road. He's in a Jeep JL factory engine and transmission, Atlas, King Shocks, Raceline wheels, Mickey Thompson, and Mastercraft.
All right, we have another truck that just took off the line. I didn't quite catch who that was.
I believe that was the 4602 of Brad Barnett out of Alamo, California with TWC Racing in a 2006 4Runner. Dynatrax, Marlin Crawler, ADS, KMC, BFG, Toyota Walnut Creek, Big O Tire, Rugged, and Next Gen batteries.
And that was just now on there. Zach Albert just hauling over that jump right there.
And that old school Blazer.
Yes. There's been some pretty cool vehicles out here this weekend that I have not seen before. Especially with the Your Series.
Yeah,
that old Dodge Ram.
Because remember, we've teamed up with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing and Ultra 4 USA for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. Also a huge shout out to Throttle Down Customs for helping the Your Series out.
That is the 816 of Charlie Shaw that just took the green flag.
With Arlo Shaw riding shotgun in a Chevrolet 1500 out of Billings, Montana with Big Sky Off-Road, Inland Truck Parts, Junk in the Yard Racing, Big T's Barbecue.
And this one right here, it's an old school Ford, super cool. I believe this one races with the Your Series. We'll get his number as soon as he comes by here. But look how
number
awesome.
one of John Owen with Jay Sandage riding shotgun in a 1975 F-150. Local guy out of Billings, Montana with Mad Cow Racing and Performance, Reds Auto and Diesel, Midway Auto, J&M Tire, Stink Blossom, MT Radio, and Interstate Battery. It's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out. There's a great shot of John Rance and that brand new Bronco with Andrew Anderson riding shotgun out of Farmington, New Mexico with Mud Nut Racing.
I don't know which one, there's no sticker on it. I would say this is probably the distance.
And another old school Ford getting ready to take the green flag. That is the 308 of Scott Grimm.
With Mike DeSulo riding shotgun in a 1978 Bronco out of Bozeman, Montana with Bill Stein Shocks, BFG, Interwest, Tire Bozeman, and Inland Truck Parts.
Hey, never mind, it's maybe because I'm only wearing one ear.
Looks like we have another old school Bronco getting ready to come on up here.
And that is the 100 of Eric Hahn in a 1969 Bronco out of Wickenburg, Arizona with Queen Creek Off-Road, Rock Howard Off-Road, and Color Tire. Part of the truck sportsman class with the Yellowstone Off-Road Series. We're looking at the Rocky Mountain Speed Fab Jump. We got some lap traffic already.
And that was the 299 of Keaton Potter. We missed him going off the line, but we just saw him going off that jump.
And there's our physical race leader. That is John Matthews, who won this race just a couple years ago. He's got his son Connor Matthews riding shotgun. That Yukon machine is pushing strong out there. That's a great shot of one of those little G-outs we keep talking about. It's wide open out here, but there's all these divots that keep hitting.
Yeah, they're calling them gotchas out there. They'll get you real quick if you don't know and you didn't pre-run. And there we do have the 308 right there on the screen.
Scott Grimm. So Joe Fabrizio just took off with Chris Bithian riding shotgun of Helena, Montana with Some Fear 406 Racing. There's Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4, number 26. He's got his buddy Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun with him. With Come Get You Some Off-Road.
And there we have the 46 of Gory Parks just took the green flag.
With Kenny Todd riding shotgun in a 1994 Jeep XJ up from Canada with Dozer Constructions.
Have a few more cars there lined up waiting to take that green flag, and there we do see it waving right there. Get that number right there. It looks like it is the 46 of Stephen Yule.
With a limited Cherokee out of Canada as well. So they're back-to-back racing buddies. That's another Dozer Construction. There's Sean Rance Sr. in that old school Bronco.
That corner right there is just getting more and more banked, more and more worn in. And we have another one taking the green flag. That's an old school Toyota right there. The 4599 of Joe Macher.
Joe Smash Miker with Nate Carlson riding shotgun out of Arvada, Colorado with J Mach 1 in a 1987 Toyota. Diamond Axles, Rat Flow Maxes, Pro Comp Optima, and Yoda Gems.
And here we do have the number.
That was the number 11 of Wolf Erica and a Cherokee, 33-inch tires. Wolf Clothing out of Electric City, Washington. MPH's High Dam Bar and Grill. And Willow and Anna help him get to the start line.
All right, and there we do have Mr. Mick Henson in the 4619 taking the green flag.
Fresh off his win from Rush, Kentucky with Chris Armstrong riding shotgun out of Tahlequah, Oklahoma with Rusty Nail Racing. He's in a 1985 Toyota SR5 DOA racing engine, Diamond Axles, Warren Factor 55, and a Yukon.
You can already see right there, there's dust out there, but we do have a breeze. It just has switched directions today. And there's a great shot right there. I can't make out that number.
I believe that's Eddie. Eddie Oliver with Fueled Racing. I love that little section. We keep talking about how it's smooth and fast looking, but there's a lot of gotcha. There's Joe Miker making it up and over the Rocky Mountains, speed and fab. Jump.
And the 4653 of Tom Biddle, I believe, has taken the green flag as well.
Out of Longmont, Colorado with Trail Rig Racing, a 1985 Toyota pickup 22RE. Amsoil, Raceline Wheels, ADS, Filthy Motorsports, Yukon, Skies Off-Road, iRate 4x4, and Rugged.
And there's a great shot of Alex Fleming right there in the Sherpa Toyota.
There is Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports. Again, thanks for everybody for tuning in to the Amsoil Big Sky 200. We've got the Optima battery start grid up there.
And that is the 423. That's the Dodge that I was talking about a little bit earlier. That is the Dodge of Thomas Hackman.
With Brandon riding shotgun, a 1982 Dodge 4x4 out of Rapid City, South Dakota with Dirty Birds drive shaft out of St. Louis. Merc Pizza and Pub out of Nemo, South Dakota. What a great morning it has been. We've got an old thing taking off right now.
That is the 511 of Lyle Hogue.
With Larry Hogue riding shotgun in a 1973 VW Thing out of Mandan, North Dakota. What a great day of racing it's going to be, so make sure you tune in all day. We will have a lot of cars out there on course. We should have 45 taking off this morning. That is a 777 of Teresa Askin. With Jake Skolin riding shotgun in a Toyota out of Billings, Montana with Big Papa Dalen. We have multiple classes racing at the same time with Ultra 4 USA and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. There's 5 different classes racing all at the same time.
That is the 43X in the stock class of Caden Nunn.
With Valentine Nooks riding shotgun in the 1969 F100 out of Shepherd, Montana with Dark Horse Customs, Divine Realty, Pressure Washing, Mad Cow Racing and Performance, Mom and Dad. Helping them all get out there. There's Troy Digby, as we were just talking about him a little bit ago. We've got multiple stick cameras, multiple drones trying to give you the most coverage we can out here on this 10,000-acre ranch. Thanks to Warren Ketchum for letting us come out here and play on your ranch.
And that is the 4653 of Tom Biddle. I thought he took off the line earlier, but there he is just now taking the green flag.
And there's the VW thing still trucking along. Lyle Hogue making it up and over the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab jump. There's a great video I saw that was shared yesterday of Paul Wolf hitting this jump and completely skying out, getting right around 100 feet jump, I believe.
And that was in his Can-Am. Can you imagine what they're going to do today in the 4400 Unlimited class? They're going to be going well over, probably about 90 miles an hour, possibly 89 miles per hour taking that jump. And that corner right there is getting rutted out a little bit more, as we were speaking about earlier. And that looks like it is the 1018 right there that we're showing on screen. That was Anthony Taylor. And here's a 1600 car taking off the line.
So they will be taking a rear start. They did qualify, but they're the slower ones. Those 1600 cars will only be doing 2 40-mile laps. The stock classes will be doing 3 laps, and then the modified classes will be doing 4 laps.
And also with the 1600s, we were talking about it yesterday, they are the only ones that do have an alternate line on the race course. It's one area where you definitely need to make sure you have four-wheel drive, and obviously they are not four-wheel drive vehicles. To take the left-hand turn, they'll be going straight on after they come out of a fast area.
And there's Brexton Glines and Albert Contreras right behind him, so that's a great battle out on course. So Albert Contreras has already made a couple passes. No, that was John Williams, sorry. Mistaken.
And there we have another 1600. The 1616 just took off the line.
That is Matt Rowe and Andy Rowe out of Valley City, North Dakota. If you're anywhere in the Billings area, come on out. We still have tickets here at the gate. It's only $20 per person. Kids 12 and under are free, and this is some of the finest racing you will see out here with Ultra 4 USA and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. We have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class with John Matthews, physical leader, out front, and then the 4600 Spider Track stock class with Alex Fleming out front. There's another 1600 car running strong. That's the 1620. Evgenia Cologne with Paul Cologne riding shotgun and a full body Bud out of Billings, Montana with Barkman Custom Transport and Grandpa Dean.
And that's Zach Albert right there on race course going through that left-hand turn that keeps getting more rutted out. But you go in that left-hand turn, you can't just gas it and go, because we do have, as you can see right there, going through some of those dips that if you're going too fast, it can definitely kick you or buck your rear end, and it won't end pretty.
If you are just tuning in, this is the 2023 AMSOIL Big Sky 200 at just outside of Broadview, Montana, and a beautiful private 10,000-acre ranch owned by Warren Ketchum, located just north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. Population's only 200 people. Elevation is roughly 3,900 feet, and it's a beautiful piece of the country. And they don't call it Big Sky for nothing. You can see all over. You get on a high spot, and you can just do a 360 and see a lot of beautiful area out here. So we've been keep talking about Yellowstone off-road racing. It's a joint race with them. So a huge shout out to Aaron, Grizz, and Don and their entire team. There's John Rance in that Bronco, still pushing strong.
Just sunglasses. And your boots are
With Mud Nut Racing. That is a manual 7-speed transmission in that car. We have another Bronco out on course of Josh Atterbury.
And Jack's got a drone lost, so Jack has a drone. He lost yesterday, so in case I have to find it. Thank you, Matt.
Hey, Joe, can you have your headset on? I do. Any copy?
So I'm used to, my truck's a 6-speed. I've driven a few 5-speeds. I've never heard of a 7-speed. We were at his pits a couple nights ago having some frosty beverages over a campfire, and we're talking about it. I was like, so this is a manual, right? He's like, that's a 7-speed, and it's actually cable-driven as well. So during qualifying, he had an issue with that. He was, ramming through the gears, and he missed a gear, and he overrevved it. It went into limp mode during qualifying. So it just goes to show you, you just can't mash the gas and let it happen. You have to be a little smooth. And he laughed about it and said, yeah, I missed a shift. It cost me some time in qualifying. But they did take off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time.
That's pretty cool. I've never heard of a 7-speed myself because I've always driven a 5 and I've always driven a 6. But there we do have Charlie Shaw right there going through this mile marker. I'm not sure exactly what mile marker they're at, but going through that area that's getting all rutted out.
The weather is a little brisk this morning. It's about 45 degrees as we rolled in, but the sun is coming up. It's going to be a beautiful day. It's supposed to be about 80 degrees and sunny, a little bit of wind. Hopefully it picks up just a tick.
And
Because
go ahead.
the wind is a racer's friend.
Did I hear rumor that we might have storms later on?
There's a 30% chance of rain, so you never know. We're up here to Montana, and it can change in a heartbeat, that's for sure. But right now it is absolutely gorgeous.
As Charlie Shaw just went through one of those really deep ditches out there that you have to make sure you check up on. He's going through another one right now. It's really cool to be able to see the terrain that they're going through. The way the camera angles are, it's really showing the direction of the course and the terrain that they are going through. The dips, they'll be going through the rocks. We do have those ledges later on. The Scotts Bluff and everything is pretty cool out here. All the different areas that they're going through. And you wouldn't know it just by looking. We were talking about this yesterday. If you're standing on the bluff over here watching the race, it looks like it's just rolling hills out there, but there are some beautiful canyons that they actually have that we don't see from up here, but they enter them into the race course, and it's absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah, it's amazing the different terrain we actually do have out here. Like you're saying, if you just get up on a bluff and look out, it just looks like rolling hills forever. But you can see right there's a G out. He had to completely slow down to 5 miles an hour. But later on this afternoon with the unlimited suspension, they'll be cruising through this section at 60 plus miles an hour. It just goes to show you the differences between these comp mods and the pro stocks, and the 4600 Spider Track stock class, the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified cars.
And speaking of the different classes, Miles, let's go through them for the people at home that don't know what exactly the classes are. So the 4500 Yukon gear and axle modified class, they run a 2 to 2.5 shock per corner, limited 14-inch of travel, mechanical steering, a max of a 37 DOT tire, and then they have a front-mounted engine with unlimited horsepower.
And then the 4600 Spider Track stock class has to have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. Factory engine, but may be replaced with anything with the same year, make, and model. Factory transmission, 35-inch DOT tires. And let's talk about DOT tires. That's the same thing you have to drive on the Jeep. It is a street-legal tire. So that's the difference between a race tire later on this afternoon in the Unlimited class. And then a single shot for corner, mechanical steering. There's Joe Fabrizio with Chris riding shotgun. Oh, and there's a two-wheel drive, that old school Blazer coming through one of those sections, and you could see how he's getting a little off camber in these spots. So it'd be kind of interesting to see the two-wheel drive versus four-wheel drive today.
And it's really cool on some of those S-turns that they're going through, those canyons, because they're banked. So if they can get up enough speed, they can just keep going up on the bank and go fast and not have to let up on it.
Yeah, and speaking about all these side ruts you're talking about, look at the ruts that are being dug out already with 33-inch, 35-inch UTV tires. Well, today they're going to only get bigger. We have up to 35s out right now, but we're going to be seeing some 40-inch tires with 1,000 horsepower later on today.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be awesome.
There's Eric Pond on course. That is Brad Barnett as we speak with TWC Racing and that Toyota 4Runner. Another little step down.
That step down, I have to be honest, the other day, see, there's a perfect example of the banks in the corners. So that little step down, you can actually catch a little bit of air off of that. But whenever you go through that bank is getting higher and higher. And oh, it looks like he's having some problems right there. Did not make that right-hand turn.
Brad Barnett, I don't know what if he has. He must have some steering issues because most people are cutting that corner a little tight, and he's in the offside. So I think you have mechanical steering in this class. So there's something going on the front end for Brad Barnett. That is a tough break for that Toyota. There's Mick Henson with Rusty Nail Racing. So attrition is already starting to set in. The stock class cars will be doing 3 laps, 40 miles per lap. So 120 miles for the stock classes. The 1600 will be doing 2 laps. And then the modified cars will be doing 4 laps. At 1 p.m. we'll kick off the Unlimited. They'll be doing 5 laps. We will be live racing all day long. So be sure to download the MAO app on Google or Apple. Go to AOE.tv, Ultra4 USA, and MAO Facebook. Hit up our YouTube channels, share it, and start a watch party. So we see Brad Barnett pulled off course. Like we said, we saw him having some steering issues, so tough break for him. Hopefully he can get it straightened out. But let's talk about this. It's a no-chase race, so some of the safety crew, you could see him helping him get off course. Well, now he's on his own. The safety crew only makes sure he's safe. He has to fix that car himself, or walk back to the pits and get parts and walk back, or radio to the pits and have one of their friends bring a part out to him on course, because nobody else can help him out there except for a fellow competitor or yourself walking back to pits.
Exactly. And when he pulled off right there was another car. I don't know if that was a recovery vehicle.
Yep, it was.
Okay, perfect. Yep. I saw it and I didn't know. And look at the battle going on right there.
Joe Miker pulls off being a sportsman and lets the little VW thing cruise on by. I believe that is Scotty Stevens. We have a remote pit at 26, race mile 26, and then we have obviously the Amsoil hot pits here just after the race line finish line. There's a Yellowstone off-road car.
And you can see definitely how tight that turn is, but look at how rutted out it's getting. We keep saying that, and it's going to get worse and worse throughout the day. But that is that little canyon right there that has the fun bank that a lot of people are saying how fun that is, and you can see it getting worn in. But you do have a lot of those little gotchas going on, but you can get into the high speed right here, and then you have to let up again because you can see that you're going to drop into basically a wash right there.
This is super tight and technical for being so wide open and beautiful out here. So Brad Barnett still pulled off. And that's one of those old F100s coming through. And there's a gate. So this is a working ranch. So the cows are out here. We've got them put up in a pen right now. But there's a lot of gates out here you have to slow down for. They are marked on the GPS. Most everybody out here is running a GPS. There's the one in the center is a recovery vehicle.
Yeah, I was a little nervous there for a minute, but there we have Mick Henson out in front. He's making a little bit of distance there, but coming off his win from Rush, like you were saying, and it's exciting to see him out here all the way in Montana.
Lots of action all over course, but it sounds like we have Erica Allreed down in the pits, and she's gonna catch up with Troy Digby. So Erica, what do you got for us down in the pits?
10, 5, 2, 1, go.
Thanks, guys. Coming off a tough finish in our previous round, Troy Digby said that he is looking for some redemption and a podium finish here today. He said that they swapped in a new engine specifically for this race in hopes that they worked out all of the bugs. He said that he wants to show and prove what that Jeep is capable of doing here today, and I think he's in a good position to do so.
Thank you, Erica. We'll get a lot of tidbits from her. She's going to catch up with whoever she can add on course as she sees fit. So lots of attrition setting in already, lots of racing. We have 45 cars that took the green light. We'll see how many can keep on keeping on. If you're just tuning in, this is the AMSOIL Big Sky 200 with Ultra 4 USA and the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. We have 5 different classes racing at the same time. For your timing, go to yorr.livemotorsports.com. If you want to go to the Ultra 4 timing, go to live.ultra4racing.com for that. For the same timing we have here at the AMSOIL broadcast desk. There's 423 of Thomas Hackman. Lots of racing. And look how dug out those are getting. So he comes in that super big berm and just takes a little bicycle. That's Brad Barnett pulling further off course. So he definitely has an issue. Tough break for him. We'll see if we can get it figured out. There's a part of our camera crew out there bringing you some of the best racing action we can. And look at the scenery there, Pam. That's one of those valleys you were talking about. It's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful out here, like you just said. I was really amazed going out on the race course because I only did the first 27 miles day 1. Day 2, I did the whole entire course, and seeing what is out there even farther is absolutely beautiful. But right now we have shadows because the sun's not all the way up. It's still early. Later on in the evening, when the Unlimiteds will have shadows again, and that always plays a factor, especially when you're down in those canyons, because there's rocks that might be in there that you can't see per se because of the shadowing. So there's certain things you have to watch out for. Make sure you're always looking ahead.
And that's Sean Rance Sr. coming into screen with Mudnut Racing in that 1976 Ford Bronco. That is an absolute work of art. Old school horsepower at its finest. Another VW thing of Scotty Stevens. Remember, we have 2-wheel drive vehicles like this on screen and then 4-wheel drives as well. So it's pretty interesting to see this. Oh. There's a 1600 car. Part of the stock your cars. That's a single seat VW air-cooled 1600 cc engine in that. So that's an old school dune buggy basically. It's got a beam front end, limited suspension, little bitty skinny tires on there, and they're a lot of fun. They just kind of bounce through, and they've got more bounce than suspension. Thank you again to Speed Sport, our official broadcast partner. This race will be a 1-hour special that'll be airing soon.
It's super exciting that we're going that direction and having a lot of fun with this. It's fun out here having the whole Speed Sport crew aboard with us, and we're learning a lot of stuff because we've been doing this for so long, and then having speed sport coming in and working towards the live shows. It's pretty cool. Miles, look at the 4-car battle going through that canyon right there. And the other day we were talking about in the drivers meeting, Grizz and them were saying, be patient. You'll get an area where you'll be able to pass. But right now there's 4 cars. Mick Henson is one of them. The Thing is in there. 4 cars going through that canyon.
And remember, they took off in 30-second increments. So there he goes. So that's a class act right there. Mick Henson goes for the pass. Now is it going to be that little Toyota only has a 22 RE 4-cylinder in it, and the big old 4 behind him's got horsepower. So are they going to be able to catch him or not? And the little Jeep there only let Mick by. Does he know he doesn't know there's a whole bunch of there. And there is action all over the course, but lots of racing yet to come. We have one of our own, Erica Allred, down there catching up with one of our unlimited racers, Bailey Campbell, down in the pits. Erica, take it away.
Stand by.
Yeah.
5, 2, 1, go.
Thanks, guys. Joining me is 4,400 Unlimited driver Bailey Campbell. Bailey, I know you said you're looking for some redemption here today after King of the Hammers. You were able to get out for some pre-running and for qualifying yesterday. So what are your thoughts on the course?
It's a very different layout for me. I'm used to desert rocks, and being out here in these big rolling hills is so cool. I love how green it is out here in the little grassy canyons that we get to go through. It's going to be a really fun day. Probably a really long day looking at the same thing around every lap, but I'm super excited to see how we do.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of laps, a very long race. It's going to be survival of the fittest out there. But you've got your amazing co-driver, Ryan Miller, with you. So how good does it know that he is going to be in your passenger seat and you guys can kind of navigate this course together? Because you said it's kind of not what you're used to.
Yeah, no, Ryan Miller, I can count on him any day, any second. Whatever he's ready for, I'm ready for. He's been in the car with me for so many years now, and I don't know what I'd do without him, honestly.
Well, good luck today. We look forward to seeing you out there later today.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Erica. Catching up with Bailey Campbell. We'll see her in that unlimited Campbell Enterprise 2-seat machine later on this afternoon. It's going to be a lot of fun. We've been talking strategy, and I was talking to Bailey Campbell's co-driver, Ryan Miller, about just strategy. I was like, how many times are you going to have to stop for fuel? He laughed. He thinks they're the only car that doesn't have to stop for fuel. So we'll see how that shakes out later today. I'm sure all of these cars will stop today. Or most everybody stops for fuel at least once here at the AMSOIL Big Sky 200.
Yes, that car is built for distance for sure, for that fuel cell being that large. So that's going to be to her advantage. As long as she has a smooth sailing race and doesn't have to stop for fuel, I mean, that's quite a bit of time that she'll pick up on race course, not having to stop.
And if you can stay out of the pits, that just puts time behind you, like you're saying there, Pam. They did take off at 30-second increments, so this race is on adjusted time.
And that's a great shot of one of the canyons. That one right there is just S-turns the whole entire way until you go to exit, which you can see right there. It goes into kind of a sandy wash area right there on their exit when they're making that right-hand turn.
And this is going to be a really good bicycle right here going through, because that outside corner is getting all the way to the vehicle, and it just keeps digging that side out. And it's going to be interesting to see how this course holds up, or it's obviously already starting to deteriorate. That looks like it could be Troy Digby. What a beautiful scene we have here.
And right there, making that right-hand turn, a long straightaway. There's quite a few long straightaways that you can pick up and get, a lot of speed on them, but some of them do have G-outs that you do have to watch out for. And that does look like it is Troy Digby.
He's got Bob Humancheck riding shotgun with him with Digby Racing out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. One of the old F100s, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series.
I love seeing the old trucks out here like that. It's pretty cool. And Mick Henson, though, I have to say he's my favorite. He's my favorite stock class because that old Toyota, it just keeps on trucking.
Yeah, it's got all the body damage on it. It's been beaten and battered, but he keeps trucking along with it. He works on Toyotas at home, so he always has spare parts to keep it rolling.
And that's a great shot right there. We can see different sides of the race course. Look at how many different shots we have from that drone. We have one on the right-hand side going down into a canyon, right here down in the bottom middle, and then we have one at the top. Super cool to see all the different areas just from that one drone footage.
And that kind of gives you a little depth perception on how spread out this track really is. Right now, this car is going to take a right and head up Scotts Bluff. That's where we were showing yesterday with the UTVs. And towards the top, there's a shelf rock that's really starting to get exposed. So you have to hit the gas hard at the bottom, but then check up to the top, because I think you could really damage the front end or break a wheel. Right now is where he's hitting. You have to check up a little bit.
You can
and
see
then,
it.
yep.
You can see it kick it up. And then once they go around this, and then they go down to, what is that called? Lost My Lunch?
Yep, there's lots of interesting spots out here. The elevation change is absolutely amazing here. These rolling hills, the valleys, the tight twists and turns.
And Miles, we haven't discussed, what do you think their lap time's going to be? We had Kyle Cheney yesterday with I believe it was a 52:29. These guys, I'm going to say these guys. I'm going to guess before you, because I'm going to be completely wrong. I'm going to be like hour 30.
Oh no, we'll be an hour. I'm going to say an hour 7 for some of the 4,500 cars. I believe so. I say shy of 100 or an hour and 10 minutes for the fast guys. Dwayne Garrettson, John Matthews. We've got a couple really fast 4,500 cars out there. Sean Rance Sr. It'll be kind of interesting to see how it all shakes out. But and then the 1,600s, you're probably right on the hour and a half, but they're only doing 2 laps. This is a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing here at the Old Cow Pine Motor Speedway here in Yellowstone County, just outside of Broadview, Montana. For the AMSOIL Big Sky 200, there's a great shot of the AMSOIL hot pits. There's a 40-mile-an-hour speed zone through there.
At first, there was not a speed zone as long as they didn't go into the hot pits, because there are so many vehicles out here. That was changed, which is a smart decision.
For safety reasons.
Yes, exactly. Because it's always safety first. But right here we have this old school bug getting a little bit sideways. He's a little bit out of the line, but he's trying to not be in that dip because the rut's what it is. It's going to scrape the whole entire bottom belly of his car. 1620 is his number.
That's Janae Collin with Paul riding shotgun. I just love all the different cars. We have full-on race cars, and then this is just an old VW Bug that they used to drive back and forth to the grocery store. That's one of my favorite cars out there. Again, a 1,600cc air-cooled VW engine out the back. And then in the hood up front is the spare tire.
I love it. This is such a cool class.
Yeah, I love all the different walks of life that are out there on course. We have the 1,600s like we're watching right there. We have the stock classes, the 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modifieds. John Matthew getting the pole. He got 7 points yesterday for Ultra 4 USA.
And again, Miles, you said a great shot earlier of the pits. We did have some of our UTV guys leave, but that pit area is still full, packed full. A lot of people are sticking around to watch the rest of the racing as well.
There's Caden Nunn in the 43X in that old school Ford. A 1969 F100. We go from the Volkswagen to a V8 Ford F100 two-wheel drive. Obviously everything we do here at Ultra 4 USA is four-wheel drive. And I've got a visual on Brad Barnett has pulled off the race course. So he had an issue out there with his steering, it looked like. Maybe we can see if Eric can catch up with him later on. But Brad Barnett is out of the race. Tough break. Hate seeing that. Can't tell if that's Joe Fabrizio or not. No, that is John Rance with that Ford Bronco. He's got Andrew Anderson riding shotgun with him out of Farmington, New Mexico, with that 7-speed manual Ford Bronco. Ford Performance stepped up in a huge way a couple years ago and put a few of them out here with Ultra 4, and they're still racing here today. We are missing Lauren Healy, the fun haver. Brad Level and Bailey Cole, they all have Broncos, but they weren't able to make it to this race. But John Rance is out here, and Josh Atterbury, I haven't seen much of him, but he is definitely here.
He's here, and I didn't recall seeing him actually take the green flag. We did call his name off earlier, but we have not seen him actually on course at all yet this morning.
It's a two-door Bronco just like that one that's on screen, but it's super bright. It's got the Dirty Life wrap on it. It really pops.
Okay.
Haven't seen him on screen, but he's out there.
We haven't seen him on screen, but I just looked at the timer, so his clicking away, so he is out there. We just have not seen him yet. Look at the bluff right there, the cliffs right there. That's super cool.
That's right where we qualified yesterday morning.
And that's also where you can overwatch the race, and you can see not only right there where the qualifying course is, but like we're saying, you can see so far here that you can actually see them, mainly just the dust, but out in the distance you can see the racetrack as well.
Yeah, the little dust trails look like ants all over. It's pretty cool to see that sometimes. But you can see the shadow. The sun is definitely coming up. That bluff is starting to be more and more exposed. And it's already warmed up here at about, I'm going to say 10 degrees since I got here this morning. It was an early day yesterday, a long night last night, and it's going to be an all day today. But that's what we do, and that's why we're here. We're here to have fun. We love this stuff.
Yes, exactly. That's what I always say. I said, if I didn't have fun doing this and love being around this, I wouldn't be doing it. And it's a passion of mine. I know that it's a passion of yours as well. And we're here for the racers, and we're here to have fun with them. And, getting to call a race and watch these guys do this, once a month, basically, we're racing. It's so much fun, and I can't wait for Visions to see what course JT Taylor has set up for them out there at J Oklahoma here in, roughly 3 weeks?
Yeah, 3 weeks. Visions will be a huge hit. We have Ultra 4 USA. You just talked about Travis Pastrana and his crew. The pit bikes, the rodeo.
Barbie
Jeeps. Another really big special surprise they got. I'm not going to release that one yet, but live music. The pool opens next weekend. The Lazy River. They've got a couple bars. They've got a restaurant on site. I mean, it's an off-road oasis there at Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma. We'll be there next weekend for Memorial Day, and then 2 weeks after that will be Visions.
Yes, Memorial Day is our round 3 of our side-by-side championship series, but it'll be round 2 of our trucks also. And pit bikes will be racing next weekend. Barbie Jeeps are racing next weekend as well. But, I mean, we have so much going on in the next, basically 3 to 4 weeks. It's going to be a lot of action-packed of everything.
It's been a great morning to get everything kicked off. So let's give a huge shout-out to Raceline Wheels, Amsoil, Mid-America Outdoors, Mile Marker,
Rugged Race Radios, Project X Lights, Speed Sport, Can-Am,
Nitto Tires, LaserNut,
360 Wraps, Optima Batteries,
Wayland, Yukon Gear and Axle, Brannick Motorsports, and Spider Tracks.
the Off-Road Syndicate, American Outdoor Events, and King of the Hammers.
Elevated Power Sports, Throttle Down Customs, Jim and Tracy's Alignment, J&N Tire, Haskin Construction, Inland Truck Parts, DRW Performance, Tractor and Equipment, and Metalworks. So please support who supports the sport. One of those amazing marketing partners who would not be racing here today for the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200.
And also, if you're out here in the pits listening to the live show, make sure you make your way on over to the merch trailer. We have Angel, Bailey, and Carly over there. They're selling the Ultra 4 USA merchandise. And if you need sunscreen or anything, I think they have a little bit of that kind of stuff over there as well. But we have a little bit of things, or if you have a kid in your pits that wants a toy, we got that too.
Yeah, right now go buy a hoodie. This
Exactly.
afternoon after lunch, go get a tank top.
Exactly.
I'm getting a little chatter through my Rugged Race Radios. Number 777 of Teresa Aikens is out of the race, so tough break for her. And look at that little wash section. And, once you see a car, you want that car. So they're going to be pushing really hard to try to check it.
And it's called chasing the dust. So once you see that dust, what do? You throttle down as much as you can.
And that can get you in
Yes, it
trouble
can.
from time to time, and the dust is going to be thick. Right now, I do think the dew was out here overnight when I was walking through the grass. Shoes got a little bit of wet, so that helped with the course just a tick. But I think as the day goes on, the sun comes up, it's going to be dustier and dustier. And as the afternoon goes on, they're going to get faster and faster.
Exactly. Faster and faster, more ruts, more sand, more dust. More fun for those guys because right now they're out in the pits. We do have some teams that are racing later on that are out in the pits helping other teams that are out on race course right now. We were talking with Jaron Gunter yesterday. He actually is racing later on this afternoon, but he's out pitting right now for another team. And what it is, you might come to a race with a skeleton crew and you might need some help. So you team up with another team when they're not in the race at the same time usually. And it's all about teamwork with everybody out here, and it's one big family in this off-road community.
So much action going on all day today. It's going to be wonderful. So thanks to everybody that makes this happen. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra 4 USA staff, AOE crew, media, safety, USAC, racers, fans, and marketing partners. Without all of that, we would not be here today. So much goes on behind the scenes. And this is a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway here in Yellowstone County. So thanks to Aaron Zindler, Michael Adams, and Don and the entire Your team. And then you already gave away some of those Laser Nut 360 wrap trophies yesterday. We'll be giving away some more later on today, Pam.
Yes, that's the fun part of the day. Get to speak with people that are up on the podiums and see what their favorite parts of the race course was and get their intake. Let them have their time on the mic, and it's so much fun. But we do have a battle going on coming out of that canyon area right there. It's kind of a steep right-hand off camber when they're coming up out of that canyon right there. And the other day when we were going through after the rain, it was super muddy and slippery. And the mud out here where the mud was, piling up, it was definitely very slippery, kind of like I always say slippery like snot, but it's kind of gross, but like ice, I should say.
It could get a little slickery out there for sure. I'm getting an update from Remote Pit 1 out at Rice Mile 26. The first 5 4600s are within 1 minute and 30 seconds of each other. So 5 cars in that close a range, they are really moving.
And there's another great drone footage right there to see. We have a 2-car battle going on the left, a 2-car battle going up on the right-hand side of the screen as well. So some battles going on out here on the race course. It's awesome to see 2 different areas of it going on.
You got another pass going on, and this is a great scene. You can see 3 different areas of the track. You got a pass that happened in the bottom screen on the right. It's going to be pretty impressive.
And that dust right there is definitely showing how dusty it is on that backside. That's a fast section right there that he's going through, and you can see the speed from this camera angle.
And getting an update from Mr. J.T. Taylor, our race director, John Matthews is coming into the hayfield in first place with a big gap between him and second. So John Matthews, who has won this race before, has a commanding lead right now. And look at the dust trail, but the wind is there, so this is ideal race conditions as we speak, as we're blowing through this prairie. See the ruts on that corner getting blown out. They're cutting the corner just a little bit. This is a private ranch, so you have to stay within 20 feet each side of center line of course, so it's, basically stay on course other than a pass. And these corners, if the rut is getting a little bad, obviously you can cut the corner a little bit, but stay within that 20-foot mark and keep this place nice. Because, again, a special thanks to Warren Ketchum for letting us come out here and play on his 10,000-acre ranch out in the middle of nowhere outside of Broadview, Montana.
Right, and when you're out on private land or any land, you know, it's all about respecting the land as well. So keeping within that certain distance. You know, it's basically, what, a car and a half length out is or roughly that they can go.
Yeah, try to keep everything running smooth.
Exactly. Great shot right there. That must be right there. There is John Matthews coming along the ridge line, getting ready to enter in where the qualifying course is.
There's our physical race leader, John Matthews, and his son, Connor Matthews, coming through. And he's coming right in that qualifying section. So he'll be hitting the Yukon launch here very soon. So John Matthews physically out front. That car looks like it's in great shape.
So he started first off the line this morning, has stayed out front, and he is hauling the Mel, launching off the Yukon launch just now. He'll take this left-hand sweeper.
John Matthews out of Auburn, Washington with Off Track Motorsports. Really pushing strong. I love the headlights on the front of that. He keeps them on. Even during the daylight, you can kind of tell them apart as it hits the Brannick bump. But that Yukon machine showing off that Comp Cam's horsepower.
You went right there where I was getting ready to go with the headlights, and that's how exactly, you know, it's good that some people do run a certain marker on their car that makes us exactly see who they are.
We've already paid out quite a bit of money yesterday. We're going to give out $56,000 out here in Broadview, Montana to all of our Ultra 4 USA racers. We got the fastest lap that Kyle Chaney took yesterday with that 52. Who's going to take it today?
I don't know. You know, we were talking about that last night, and I'm just wondering if it's going to hold because he is super fast. I mean, he definitely shows that. But at Rush, Kentucky, he had the fastest lap out at Rush, Kentucky. So, of the whole entire weekend. So it's like, is he going to hold it here again in Montana?
And our physical race leader, John Matthews, crossing the race line wheel, start finish, heading out for lap 2 of 4. The car still looks great. He's heading towards the Amsoil hot pits. We'll see if he stops or not. Looks like that's Mick Henson in the center of your screen coming through that little valley. And that old Rusty Nails Racing Toyota.
Well, and they were in a 4-car battle earlier, and now there is nobody behind him.
Yeah, did he get around? We saw him get around, but did that old Ford with the extra horsepower pass him? And you were talking about earlier with the lap times, Kyle Chaney's fast, don't get me wrong, but we have up to 1,000 horsepower that'll be coming up soon. And
Speaking of it.
So you said an hour and a half. You were way off. I said an hour and 7, and I was off. So 1 hour flat for John Matthews. That is extremely impressive. And I'm not taking anything away from John Matthews at all, but I think we're going to be right around that. Kyle Chaney's fast time, it's going to be hard to beat.
It is going to be hard to beat for sure. And you know, when I was thinking the hour and a half, I wasn't even thinking about the 4500s having, you know, the extra horsepower and everything. Totally off on my time, but I was thinking more along the 1600s and in the stock class. But Mick Henson, I mean, he's trucking along pretty good, so I'm excited to see what his time will be when he comes through.
Yellowstone Off-Road Racing with Ultra 4 USA here at the Amsoil Big Sky 200. Throttle Down Customs also helps this race out. There's another great shot of number 2. That could be Dwayne Garrettson coming to screen, so that shows you what kind of lead John Matthews has. We're coming in towards that bottom of the ridge into qualifying. That flag right in the center of the screen is where they cut the course short for qualifying yesterday morning. Kind of give you a little reference of where they are on course. And look at that. It's off camber, lots of little, it's not whoops, it's just kind of a non-rhythm section.
I call them floaters. Those are kind of like floaters because they have the horsepower. And Dwayne Garrettson started in that second position. I believe that will be him. But they're like floater whoops. So they're not the kind that are going to kick your rear end around, but you can keep up your speed quite a bit on those kind of on that kind of whoop section.
That is not
That
Dwayne
is
Garrettson.
not.
That is Sean Rance Sr. in that old school Bronco. So did the camera miss Dwayne, or did Dwayne have an issue? I'm not sure. We'll keep an eye on our timing.
Yeah, we have not seen Dwayne Garrettson come through the start-finish, and I don't hear that motor power, but I do hear some that probably will be Sean Rance, which started in that number 3 position this morning. And Sean Rance going through that long left-hand sweeper, getting ready to go over the Brannick bump.
So we have Sean Rance out on course and his son John Rance out on course. We got old school Bronco and new school Bronco. I love seeing that. And they bring their whole family out here in the pits. They're having fun. They are actually teaming up with the Campbells. So Ryan Miller and Bailey Campbell are pitting for the Rance. And then later on today, the Rance are going to be pitting for the Campbells. And it's just another great thing about Ultra 4 USA and Yellowstone Off-Road that in the AMSOIL hot pits is going to be busy today, and everybody's going to be all hands on deck. And I'm getting radio on a little chatter through my rugged race radio. John Matthews is in the AMSOIL hot pits as we speak. You can barely see him at the far end, but John Matthews is in the pits. When he came through, he was hauling, so hopefully it's just for fuel. But man, if that's still him, he's been there longer than I anticipated.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Maybe he's just doing a walk around, but when he was coming through, he looked really good. But look, Sean Rance is coming through the finish line right now, getting lap number 2. So will he stop, or is he going to keep on going?
And Pam, that is Sean Rance, so we do not see Dwayne Garrettson on our timer.
So where is Dwayne Garrettson? That is definitely not him as well, coming through in that physical 3rd spot.
Is that Eddie Oliver? Yeah, good call. He's a new racer at Ultra 4, so I got to do a little more homework and start remembering who's who on this.
But Miles, John Matthews in the pits right now with a 1 minute, 10 second lap. Sean Rance is in there. He had a 1:03.17, but does Sean stop or not?
And that was Taryn Howlwich, another new racer for the 4500 Yukon Garrett Axle Modified class. So where's Alex Fleming? Where's Eddie Oliver? Where is Dwayne Garrettson?
We did see Dwayne earlier on today.
So second place is now physical out front. So Sean Rance gets around John Matthews.
So Sean's going into the pits, but John is back on course. You can see his red lights on the race course. So I'm wondering what's going on, why they're stopping. So maybe we can get Erica over there.
Very, very possible for fuel. We'll see what's happening. They're checking tires, making sure everything's going on.
You know, sometimes they come through just to do a little walk around, but they're super close in time right there. But Taryn Howlwich just came through, and he clicked off a 1:03.04, so he has uncorrected time in that second position over Sean Rance.
And John Matthews, as you can see him hitting the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. So he is physically out front once again. And John Rance is right behind him, so on adjusted time, I think Sean Rance does have him. Wow, that was a great shot. So John Matthews had the fastest lap, but he was in the pits longer. So now on adjusted time, it is Sean Rance, even though it's not showing on the timer, but you can physically see it out there. They took off in 30-second increments, and Sean Rance took off a minute behind John Matthews. So if he can see him, he's got him on time. What a great race. It's fun to see how the drama plays out there in the AMSOIL hot pits. There is Taryn coming through, blowing by the AMSOIL hot pits. So I don't think Taryn stopped at all.
And if Taryn didn't stop at all, he's actually right now on corrected time in that second position.
There is Brexton Glines and Alex Fleming. Those are both 4600 Spider Track stock class cars. So Brexton Glines getting around Alex Fleming, who is the leader in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. Remember, there's 5 different races going on at the same time, so we are going to do our absolute best to keep you honest, but it's going to be a tough one to call, but it's going to be a great one to watch. Look at the dust. It is definitely starting to set in. The wind is blowing. You can see the flags moving just a little bit, but look out there on course. The course is starting to turn into talcum powder in some of those spots.
Yeah, it's like more of a silty, and that right there is not fun to be driving through. But hopefully the wind will pick up just a little bit for these drivers so they can pick up their speed a little bit more and go faster. But right there, you have 3 cars basically within that dust area, and it is not fun and hard to see for sure whenever you're stuck behind somebody in dust.
And that is coming into the qualifier from yesterday. This is the bottom of the bluff, and this is where you kind of drive into this ranch. On the top of that, there's a nice little road. What a great race we have on our hands. They took off. We had a lot. How many cars we got out there, Pam? I believe we have, 45 cars out on course?
We have 20 Ultra 4 cars out on course, and we have 23
46 cars out on course. There's Albert Contreras trying to chase down some dust. Albert Contreras came all the way from Compton, California with Jeep Thrills Off-Road. He always brings his whole family out and having a great time racing with Ultra 4 USA. Albert Contreras is one of our new Mid-America Outdoors ambassadors. And look at the rocks. From the high and wide, you can't see it, but this gives you a perfect example of what Pam and I keep talking about. It's just beautiful. You're in these little valleys. There's rocks. When we were marking course, we kicked up some deer, some antelope, seen a couple rattlesnakes, some bunnies. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out here.
Yeah, it's definitely beautiful. We were out other day getting some footage for the live show as well, and there was a pack of about 8, I think it was 8 or 9 antelope. It was super cool. But look at Albert Contreras right now. He's on the tail, but there's nowhere he could pass because that was actually in a canyon. So if he can stay on his bumper, get into an open area and get past him, that's the 1018 of Anthony Taylor that is in front of Albert Contreras.
Anthony Ice Cream Taylor with Jeremy Hicks riding shotgun. Oh, and
there we are.
That's Josh Atterbury. Yes. We've talked about him. I haven't seen him till just now, but he just crossed the race line wheels. Start finish heading out for lap 2.
But he has
of 3.
But he does have a great pace at a 106.54, so he's not doing too shabby. We just haven't seen him on screen yet until just now.
So let's talk about that, Pam. John Matthews in a 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class with more shocks, more suspension, and Josh Atterbury's in that 4600 Spider Track stock class. So stock 4-cylinder versus high horsepower V8, and he's only 6 minutes off. Josh Atterbury has a great race under his belt right now.
And there we still have Albert Contreras is still trailing behind the 1018 of Anthony Taylor, but right here is a great place that he could actually pass if he can get around him because it was open to where he was not in a canyon. But we do have, didn't catch that number that just went through, but we're back on the battle right there. But Albert is in that dust. You cannot see very well in the dust, but he's trying to keep as close as he can to the bumper because that's what you can do. It makes you be able to see out front farther ahead the closer you stay to the car in front of you.
And Albert Contreras is all over Anthony Taylor. Anthony Taylor part of the 4500 class, and Albert Contreras in the stock class. So Albert Contreras has a great race. He gives him the horn, a little toot, and class active Anthony Taylor lets him go. And Albert Contreras on the gas. Back to Josh Atterbury coming over the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch. Josh Atterbury with his buddy Brandon Bain. They're both firefighters. They were able to get enough time off to come out here and play. I believe that's one of the Your Series cars. Speaking about that, there's one of the 1600 bugs. We love those things. That looked like Jake McFarland with Luke Stewart riding shotgun. Heading through one of the little gate sections. Oh, there's Alex Fleming with Sherpa. That is a V8 Toyota with IFS. Both of the new Broncos are running IFS. You have to have factory suspension in the stock class. So everybody else in the Jeeps have to have the solid axle machine. That is John Williams, if I'm not mistaken, with Active Air Racing out of Murray, Utah. And look at you got the fuel apron. You have to have safety, for USAC reasons, we have to have safety on the car. They're putting fuel in, making sure everything's going good.
Just checking things out.
And I'm just getting a word per Facebook. Dwayne Garrettson is out of the car with an oil leak, so hopefully he can get it going. I hate to hear that. Dwayne Garrettson is always a fun one to have out there on course and fast. So we'll see how it shakes out. Hopefully he can get it figured out and get back and going.
Travis is out, but let me know what I need to do when he couldn't.
Roger. All right, we have a hold right now. Take one.
There's a shot of the start-finish line. I believe that's Troy Digby, maybe. Yes, it is with Outlaw Off-Road.
And Miles, let's just kind of go through our lineup here. We have had 9 cars come through the start-finish line. We have John Matthews in that number 1 spot, Taryn Hallwich in the 2nd, Sean Rance in 3rd, John Williams 4th, Brexton Glines 5th, Josh Atterbury 6th, Jesse Bennett 7th, and Alex Fleming 8th, Troy Digby 9th.
And that's all part of Ultra 4 USA. I don't think we've had any of your competitors. Oh, yes, we did. Daniel Wright just now crossed the line in the Cop Mod class. We've got 10 people that are out on lap number 2. Again, it's going to be hard to pay attention, so make sure you go to live.ultra4racing.com or yoor.livemotorsports.com for the same time we have here at the AMSOIL broadcast desk.
And that's a great shot of the 870 of Zach Albert. He was making a nice right-hand turn. He was on the gas going over the Yukon launch.
And did you see the landing where he jumped so far that it kind of slap wheelie kept going? He is on the gas in that old school Blazer. And there it is again. He is giving it all the beans right there.
So after they do that Brannick bump, they do come up into a right-hand tight turn. They go through a straightaway. They make another left-hand sweeper up into the start-finish line after they make a nice little hill climb. And then hopefully a lot of these guys don't have to stop, but some of these guys we've already seen stopping in the AMSOIL hot pits. But having 10 cars, 10 cars that have came through and they're already out on lap 2 is pretty awesome this morning, with the fastest lap time still out there with the 1 minute and 1 minute and 10 second lap.
And Pam, a little update from the AMSOIL hot pits. Speaking of John Matthews with the fastest lap, the reason he was in the pit for so long is he had a cooler fan turn off, and he was, the transmission overheated, so that's why he was in the AMSOIL hot pits for so long. So great to see him back moving again and crossing the race line wheel start finish line.
That's the 870 of Zach Albert.
Part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series.
And there's a great shot right there of John Matthews with Sean Rance behind him. So he has got back around Sean Rance.
So it's a great battle up front. Remember, this race is on adjusted time. They took off in 30-second increments, and Sean Rance started 1 minute behind John Matthews. So on adjusted time, Sean Rance is in the lead. But physically, John Matthews is out front, so John Rance has to, Sean Rance is the son in the new Bronco. But Sean Rance right there is adjusted time winning, but he's fighting John Matthews' dust. What an amazing battle out front we have right now. Like I said, the Amsoil hot pits, John Matthews was in there for an extended period of time. I hope we didn't hurt his transmission, because every time you get a transmission hot and it pukes out that fluid, that means it's mad at you. So you got to think about that when you're in these straights, because if you're just all over the throttle, you're working your transmission harder. So do you kind of lay it off and let the transmission cool? Have you already done the damage? That's kind of, you have to watch those gauges, and that's where his son Connor is coming into play right now. They're probably driving not by how fast we can go, how fast can we go with keeping that transmission temperature down.
Exactly. And with Sean Rance stopping in the pits too, it'd be interesting to find out why he stopped as well.
His was a quick in and out, so I assume it was a splash and go. I was talking strategy with some of them. They were going to stop it at lap number 1 and do a splash, see how much they take, and then they'll do the calculations to see, do I need to stop one more time, 2 more times? Do I need to stop every lap, or can I make it the rest of the race?
That is a great way of doing it, though, because lap 1, you know, you're pushing hard on lap 1 to try to stay out of that dust, but to go through, like you just said, the strategy of finding out how much fuel they took on lap 1, knowing that they're pushing it so hard.
And there was Taryn that just came through the bottom of our screen. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you. This is the Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana for Ultra 4 USA. And then we're also racing a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200 here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. So there's Taryn still tearing it up. There's a great shot of the qualifying course from yesterday. That is part of the track today. It's just not too far down the hill from us.
And you can see the dust in the distance, and it doesn't look like it's very far away when you're looking at it from the bluff area with the camera, but it is quite a ways out there. I mean, we go, I think the farthest point is roughly at mile 28, I think is what it was. So it is a pretty far course, but I mean, we're on 10,000 acres.
The 2023 season, you will receive an Air Evac lifetime free of charge from the Robinettes and Mid-America Outdoors.
And that is the 511 of Lyle Hogue.
And Larry Hogue's riding shotgun with him. That's in that old... We're wrong on this.
That is Wolf Orca, isn't it? No, that is not. That is Shaw. I'll
Sorry,
get right. That's Charlie Shaw.
It's the Brannick bump.
The 816 of Charlie Shaw.
There's a lot of cars out there and a lot of new cars that I'm not used to seeing, but we're having fun with it.
And it's kind of chilly right now. I hope it warms up here just a little bit, just a smidge, but the breeze is amazing right now. And the breeze out on course needs to kick up just a little bit, but you can see right there it's clearing away, and so that's good whenever we do have traffic that is a factor out there on race course.
There's
as we can see.
Great battle out on course right now. It looks like Brexton Klein center screen chasing somebody down, and you could see him catch that little G out a little harder than he meant to. He probably lost that one a little bit in the dust. It could be Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports, with Will Oliver riding shotgun out of Colorado. And that 2004 Toyota 4Runner, I think this is the most horsepower in the 4600 Spider Track stock class, because that came with a V8 from the factory, so he can run it. I believe that's Nathan Jones and that Ford Ranger.
Sorry if that came across my camera.
And it sounds like Dwayne Garrettson is back out on course. He lost some very precious time, had that oil leak, but whatever it was, he was able to either jerry-rig it or fix it and back on course. I wonder if he's going to limp it to remote pit 1 or bring it back into Amsoil hot pits, or did he fix it good enough to keep on rolling? Lots of chatter on the rugged race radios for race-offs today. They are pushing these cars extremely hard.
Hey, they talked back to me.
Nathan Jones out of Bonners Ferry, Idaho, with Northwoods Performance. And there is John Williams with Active Air, the number 4623. There's Josh Atterbury. There's that new Ford Bronco. That right rear looks a little funny. It looks like it's just a color disperse, so he may have just clipped the rock or something. I don't think it's flat, but it looked a little funny as it went by. But the Dirty Life race wheels looks like they're holding up strong. I love the wrap on that car, Pam.
I was getting ready to go there with it. I love that it has like the brighter colors on it because it stands out there, but it looks really, really sharp and everything. But yeah, I think you're right. Probably maybe you could have clipped a rock or something and made it dusty because it did look a little funny there for a little bit.
Back on screen with Joe Miker in that old Toyota. Look at the rock croppings. This place is beautiful. Is that Dwayne Garrettson we were just talking about? Yes, it is. So I heard it on the radio. Now I see it on camera. Dwayne Garrettson back moving, and he is really moving. Him and Jeremy Tipton were out of the car, fixed whatever issue it was. Hopefully they're able to keep on going the rest of the course. Now we're back with a Yellowstone car, and this is back into the qualifying course.
That looks 293.
299 of Keaton Potter.
Man, I need to put my glasses on, Miles.
It's all good. He's got Ray Smith riding shotgun in that 96 Cherokee out of Lewistown, Montana.
All right, so getting a little update here myself. So we're talking about Kyle Cheney's lap. It is a 52:34, so that is the fastest lap that we have had out here so far this weekend. So we'll see if anybody in the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class or our 4400 Limited class can beat that. But then again, we also have the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle. I mean, the fastest lap is an hour flat, but it's going to be interesting to see if anybody can beat Kyle Cheney.
But don't forget, we still have a few of those unlimited TT trucks from Yellowstone Off-Road out there as well. So it's going to be interesting to see that at 1 p.m. Unlimited racing at its finest. We're back with Dwayne Garrettson that had some issues earlier today, but you can see him back moving and pushing hard. So he knows he has some time to catch up, but maybe he heard also that
and that is Dwayne Garrettson right there on screen.
There's Brexton Glines chasing down one of the Yellowstone Off-Road Cherokees. And there's a little G-out spot, but yes, he pulls over. Class act right there, and Brexton Glines is on the gas once again. What a great race we have on our hands as we speak. Lots of action all over the race course. Brexton Glines has his brother Caden Glines in there, and his dad Kendall Glines is in the Amsoil Hot Pits with Glines Motorsports. There's the number 3 of Daniel Wright with Randy Wright riding shotgun in that 98 Jeep TJ, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. I'm going to give you a little teaser. We have some technology we're going to be trying out here in a little bit, I hope. And we may bring in another special guest as we're watching Daniel Wright out on course. The wind is definitely blowing here. We do have a car stopped. It's like the 4685. That looked like John Owen in that 1975 F-150.
And right there, you're seeing Mick Henson. He's going up a fairly steep hill. He'll be going into left hand, but you can definitely see the ruts right there that he just turned left into. So Mick Henson trucking along, and there's the 308 in that Ford.
That was Scott Grimm moving into physical fifth, but fourth in his class.
And there's a 46.95 who we just saw pull off the side. We thought we were letting him go for a pass, but it looks like he's having an issue getting out his tool bag. And then we're back right now to Mick Henson.
So the 46.95 is Jesse Bennett. You see driver and co-driver out of the car. Not sure what's going on with GBM Racing, but we'll hope to get that figured out shortly.
Yeah, I've got nothing but front two at the moment. There's nobody out there.
Okay.
Like I said, if I get slack, I can make it fit two.
I was giving you a little tidbit earlier today. We have a special guest back at the MAO headquarters, Mr. James Cantrell. Couldn't make it to the race, but he's back in the MAO headquarters. So let's take a check-in with James Cantrell. What do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, Pam and Miles, it's James out here. We're hanging out here at the Mid-America Outdoors in Jay, Oklahoma, checking out everything they were getting ready for the MOA Short Course Series Memorial Day weekend. Been enjoying watching all the action out in Montana. Wish I was there racing with you all, but I'm out here checking everything out. We've all had some great racing going on. It's pretty awesome yesterday watching Kyle Chaney take the win in a dominant fashion. The weather up there has been beautiful. They've been dealing with a lot of rain out here, but they're still making progress getting the track done. Looks like you got a good race going this morning with John Matthews out front. Really excited to watch the 4400 race later this afternoon, starting off at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So we'll get back to you all, and I'll check back with you all in a little bit.
Well, thank you, James. How cool is that? He's at Mid-America Outdoors at our headquarters, keeping up with all the action and checking out the track, and we'll see him at Visions. But we had such a fun time with him hopping on the booth with us in Rush, Kentucky. Thanks for all your help doing that, and thanks for being with us there at the headquarters, buddy. We'll check in with you here in a little bit.
Yeah.
And, James, I'm going to put you on the spot. Later when you come back, who's your pick to win the 4400 class? We'll get that from you here in just a little bit.
And it's just eating out of that. He's not actually out here racing, and that's the racer mentality. He said he wished he was out here racing, but it's hard to watch a race when you're normally in the races.
Yeah, no, we were talking to Tom Liu yesterday about that. Like, he kind of got out of it a little bit, but he just couldn't get he's got a car, but he came out here with Jaron Guntner, and now he's out here, and he's it just can't, loves doing it, but he just can't. Being here makes him want to do it. So there's something. Okay, we have a co-driver out of the car. So that is either a driver or co-driver out of the car and walking back. Remember, this is a no-chase race. So he is out of the car. Is he going to remote pit 1? Is he coming to Amsoil Hot Pits? I'm not sure. But yeah, it looks like he's got a flashlight out there trying to flag down some attention.
Exactly. You put a light that you can see something. So putting a light out there, hey, stop, can you give me something? You might just need a quick, who knows, maybe he needs a small part and maybe this person can help him out. And you can see that the brakes are being put on by that racer. They actually, it looks like maybe he's helping flag to slow down possibly.
Oh, and here's a two-wheel drive going up Scotts Bluff, and there's a great shot of that rock section. That shows you how really tore up Scotts Bluff is getting right there.
That is the best shot of the whole entire race so far that we have seen of Scotts Bluff, and that really showed exactly what you said. But look, he's slowing down. He comes over it now. He's at the top.
And coming to a stop. Not sure what happened. Is he missing a gear? Did he? No. Okay, he got going. So it looks like we got some recovery guys out on course, making sure everything's okay. We got a pass on course as well. The old car's getting around there. There is Mick Henson, if I'm not mistaken. So Mick Henson is coming up to that driver, so we'll see if he slows down or they walk, getting him around. I believe that is Anthony Ice Cream Taylor on screen. The 1018. Yes, it is. And that old Jeep TJ. He's part of the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. He's got a 6-liter Turbo 400, Atlas, Rough Stuff, Milestar, Harbor Freight. Got a lot of Yukon parts on that machine. And Anthony Taylor still pushing strong.
So we should be seeing the leaders probably in around 25 minutes or so coming through if they are sticking to their original lap time on lap 1. But there's John Rance right there coming through in the 431 of the newer Bronco. It's pretty cool. I love seeing the older Bronco out here, the newer Bronco out here, a couple newer Broncos out here.
And it's great that John Rance on screen now is in the new Bronco. His dad, Sean Rance, that's maybe on a just time leading this race in the old school Bronco. So they've been Ford through and through for a very long time. There's two of the 1600 cars, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. Great to see both of them out here pushing strong. Again, a huge shout out to Aaron Grisdon and the entire team here at Yellowstone Off-Road for letting us in. We've teamed up, and this has been a great race here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200.
Last night we did have the live band playing in between us doing our awards, which was really cool. We had a driver appreciation dinner as well. A large crowd, the fire was going, there was cornhole being played. It was a great night last night out here at the Big Sky 200.
It was a late night. We had, raced till 9 o'clock, then did awards, then we had to cut some checks. The party was going, the fire was lit, but we had to sneak out before the party was over to get a little bit of cat nap before we came back out here and racing. But it's just a lot of fun out here with the whole vibe with Ultra 4 USA and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing has been absolutely amazing. There's Jesse Bennett still on the side of the course. You can see him under the front. So is he working on the engine, the transmission, the front diff? Is it a drive line? I mean, we just don't know. But a lot of these guys do carry a lot of extra parts to keep them running. So Jesse Bennett is under the car with tools, working away. Back to another 1600 class bug. The 1600 classes are only doing 2 laps. Both your and Ultra 4 stock classes are doing 3 laps, and then the modified classes are doing 4 laps. There is Mick Henson getting ready to hit the Yukon launch. This is part of the qualifying course from yesterday. You can see it's almost getting blue-green right there.
Here's some horsepower in the background.
Mick Henson has Chris Armstrong riding shotgun.
There we do see Mick Henson. He's gone through the Brannick bump. He's getting ready to go up and do that left-hand turn, coming back towards the race line, finish line, completing lap 1.
There's Shaw Racing, pushing strong on that 2-wheel drive. That's Charlie Shaw and Arlo Shaw. And that 03 Chevy 1500 out of Billings, Montana. What a great race we have on our hands. This is only race 1 of the day. Be sure to tune in later on today at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time for the Unlimited race. That's going to be one to watch. But we will be live racing all day here on AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv.
So we've had 15 cars that have completed lap 1 out here, and they're all out on lap number 2. Miles, let's go ahead and go through our top 5 here if we can. So we have John Matthews in that number 1 position.
In 2, it's Taryn Hallowick.
3rd position, Sean Rance.
4th is John Williams.
In 5th position, Brexton Glines.
And 6th is Josh Atterbury.
7th, Jesse Bennett.
8th is Alex Fleming.
9th, Sean Rance.
10th is John Digby. 10th is Troy Digby.
And then 11th position is Anthony Taylor.
And 12th is Joe Miker.
13th, Mick Henson.
14th, Dwayne Garrettson.
And then in that 15th position, Eddie Oliver. So those are all on adjusted time as they came through lap 1, but we know that things have been shaken up because we've been watching it on camera. Things are getting shaken up out on race course.
And again, that was overall. That was not broke down
Correct.
per class, but you can always go to live.ultra4racing.com for our live timing that we have here at the AMSOIL broadcast desk. It's a great shot of the race line start finish. Right at the Can-Am, and the Your flag is right where our timing loop is. Just to the left of the Ultra 4 flag, and you see it flying pretty good right now. There's Mick Henson on screen. So, Pam, let's roll through the overall for the Yellowstone Off-Road timing as well. And you can go to yorr.livemotorsports.com for that. So, in that first spot is Daniel Wright.
And 2nd, Zach Oblett.
3rd, Charlie Shaw.
And 4th, Keaton Potter.
5th, Eric Pond.
6th, Scott Grimm.
7th is Nathan Jones.
8th, John Owen.
9th is Matt Rowe.
10th, Shelby McDonald.
11th, Wolf Orca.
12th, Matthew Weiss. So we have some cars that have not came through. So we're going through our timing and making sure we can get everything that we can. But that is the 423 right now, going through the race line, start finish line. Pretty awesome of Thomas Hackman completing lap number 1, and his lap time was an hour 23:51.
There's the number 46, it looks like, of Gory Parks and Kenny Todd in that 94 Jeep XJ out of Canada. But physically out front is still John Matthews. But I think on adjusted time, Sean Rance is going to have him next time around because they had a little bit of issues in the AMSOIL hot pits. We'll see how it all shakes out, but what an exciting race we have on our hands out front with the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. There's another 1600 car for Yellowstone Off-Road Racing.
And the 1600 cars are only doing 2 laps. The 4600 stock class and the Your stock class, they're doing 3 laps, and then the other classes will be doing, the 4500 will be doing 4 laps out there, so that'll be a total of 160 miles for our other classes.
That looked like it was Keaton Potter that just went through with Ray Smith riding shotgun out of Lewistown, Montana in his 96 Cherokee. It's so much fun racing with the Yellowstone Off-Road Race Series and having Ultra 4 USA out there at the same time. There's so many cars, so many different races. Like I said, we have 5 races going on all at the same time. They are scored independently but on course at the same time, so you can't tell whose dust you're racing. Remember, they did take off in 30-second increments. This race is on adjusted time, so technically you're racing yourself, but you're always giving it heck when you see somebody's dust up front, as we see Eric Pond in that old Bronco.
And that just now going by was the 45 of the Stephen Yule that just went through as well.
And at 1 p.m. we kick off the unlimited class, the 4400 and 4800 Brannick Motorsports class with the Pro of the Your. That'll be 5 laps, 200 miles, 40 miles apiece. This is going to be a heck of a show later on today. But speaking about a show, here's one right here at the race line start finish. And I see a couple cars tangled up out on course. I see Albert Contreras And Joe Fabrizio got tangled up out on course, so tough break for them. I hope they can get recovered, but Albert Contreras and Joe Fabrizio got tangled up on course, and they're having some issues. I believe that's probably where Albert Contreras is right there. I see Joe Fabrizio and Albert Contreras got a little bit tangled up.
That's very, very unfortunate. That must be earlier when we were seeing the guy with the flashlight trying to, warn people, hey, there's something going on right there. That's giving them a warning sign, because there are some blind turns out here and in some steep dips that you don't want to make sure that you sneak up on somebody that might be broken down or tangled up like they are.
There's Dwayne Garrettson. We knew he had some issues earlier on today, so it's great to see him back and moving. So Dwayne Garrettson and Jeremy Tipton with Come Get You Some Off-Road. Had that oil leak issue earlier on today, but they are still moving here at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. There's Jesse Bennett we just passed, still having some issues. Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 USA. There's the 844 of Shelby McDonald with Allie McDonald riding shotgun, and the old school Bronco out of Flowy, Montana. I love seeing the old sheet metal out here with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. I mean, we have John Rance that's had that Bronco for a long time, but then come out here and see multiple old school Broncos, I love it.
Yeah, it is pretty cool. And there we do see that Ford right there. That is the 43 right there that we're seeing go through that tight left-hand turn.
That is Caden Nunn and a 69 F100. Speaking about some old school steel.
Actually,
and he pulled over. Driver's definitely moving around in there, not sure what's going on. I don't see a window net dropping quite yet. Definitely flailing on the dash a little bit.
Well, and he was going through that left hand's kind of slow just a little bit, so probably going through having an issue pulling off to the side. Maybe it might not be something on the inside. Maybe he's checking out his gauges, not sure what's going on. There we do have the 308 on the screen there. The 308 of Scott Grimm.
Scott Grimm is a 78 Bronco out of Bozeman, Montana. And there's Jesse Bennett still broke down on the side of the course. I hate seeing that. The attrition is already setting in. We saw Brad Barnett out. We saw Jesse Bennett pulled over. Dwayne Garrettson had issues back on course. John Matthews, our physical leader, had issues but got back on course either. The attrition's definitely going to sit in. We had over 50% of the UTV field finish yesterday. What do we have, 35, I believe?
Oh, we had quite a bit.
Scott Grimm is out of the dark horse right there. Got the hood off, looking at the engine.
Well, that's unfortunate because it looked like he was probably tapping on the gauges to see what was going on. But, yeah, unfortunate out having the hood up, having to look underneath and see what's going on. But, with having the oil leak with Dwayne Garrettson, any little thing can happen. You get out.
Racing's racing.
Racing's racing, but you get out and hopefully you can fix it out on course and then you can continue on racing for the rest of the day.
The wind is still blowing. We got our papers here at the Amsoil broadcast desk, and they're starting to flow a little bit. But we're under the race line easy up, staying a little shaded. So right here, I believe this is where Albert Contreras and Joe Fabrizio, and we got a little spy pic from one of our recovery crew out there. We're going to try to throw it up, and there it is. That is Joe Fabrizio on top of Albert Contreras. I did get confirmation. It sounds like everybody's okay, but they are doing a recovery. How'd that happen, Pam?
That is a very interesting way of landing. It looks like you can see tire tracks. So it looks like Albert looks like he came straight that direction down, but I'm not sure how in the world this would have happened.
Hey, you can't park there. But yeah, tough break for Joe Fabrizio and Albert Contreras. They were probably battling, got tangled up. This is open wheel racing, so if you catch a tire just wrong, it can take you for a spin. And that is right where they're doing the recovery. But yes, there is confirmation. Joe Fabrizio and Albert Contreras are okay as we see Josh Atterbury coming up Scotts Bluff.
And it looks like there was somebody stopped below it. I don't know if it was a recovery that's sitting there waiting or if that is a race vehicle off to the side stopped, because that is getting pretty rutted out over there.
So John Matthews has made it through remote pit 1 on the gas. Wonder how far back Sean Rance is. There's Josh Atterbury in that 2021 Ford Bronco. He's running an automatic transmission in that one with a little 4-cylinder turbo. And they were kind of bragging that they think they can make it the whole race on a 1 tank of fuel. I was chatting with, well, you were there with us when we were talking with Ryan Miller and John Rance and Atterbury. And Miller was saying he thinks he can make it in the big Campbell car 200 miles. And Josh Atterbury just kind of like smashed. He's like, well, you get like 3.5 miles a gallon. I'm getting 7.
Well, and while you guys were talking, I was actually talking with Bailey Campbell, and she was like, she said if she comes in for her last lap and her fuel gauge says 30%, she's not stopping.
Yeah, I mean, if 30,
at least 30%.
Yeah, 30% or more, and just keep on rocking. There's Joe Miker. I missed the first car. But I love talking strategy with all these guys and gals out there. It's going to be a great race we're watching now, and then later on today with the unlimited ones, with the TT trucks, the 4400s, and the 48s, it's going to be wild, Pam.
It's definitely going to be wild. It's going to be exciting. I'm sure the crowd is going to be all going over and getting set up on the bluffs over there. Yesterday, I saw people set up camp. They had easy ups over there, keeping themselves in the shade, because it did get a little bit warm yesterday. But we're going to have quite a few people watching over the bluff area later on for our 4400 race. It's going to be an exciting day, an exciting race. And we do see on the camera right there, I'm not sure exactly that vehicle number, but we do have a battle going on. And now we have somebody struggling in that right-hand turn. It looks like that will be one of our bugs, which the ruts on those, they get so deep that what happens with the bugs, because they're so low to the ground, that they can get centered and it slows them down because it's rubbing the whole entire bottom of the car. And that right there we have is the 76. And we did see the bugs earlier on the camera as well. They were trying to stay out of the ruts. They were trying to stay on the high end of it, so they weren't getting stopped or getting slowed down or getting stuck on those ruts. And we do see that right there is Lost My Lunch. And there's the bug that's now that was struggling just a little bit in that right-hand turn.
Now they're pulled over on course. Don't see much movement yet.
Yeah,
the co-driver is getting out of the car.
They did. They just pulled over. They were struggling just a little bit, and I thought it was maybe because the ruts were so deep. But it looks like they're popping the hood on the rear end for the engine to.
Because this
possibly,
it's a rear engine,
exactly.
1600 cc, air cooled on these 1600 cars.
And that's the 1144
of Jake McFarland. Now he's over there chatting with the driver, so I kind of assume they're going to help each other out. So he must have pulled forward. I wonder if he's looking at the belt on it or what's going on. What was the advantage of pulling that? I do know these old school bugs that are kind of finicky on like points of condenser, the distributor and whatnot.
Exactly. And like you just said, the belt too, there's also, issues with those quite a bit. Can't quite make out who that was. It might be Troy Digby, but I can't quite tell who that is. No, that is not Troy Digby. The way the sun is shining right now, it's
I believe that's Daniel Wright, part of Yellowstone Off-Road. But yeah, the sun, the dust, it's getting a little tricky. Is that Scotts Bluff? Oh, he hit it pretty hard. You could see the back end kind of get a little air. I would definitely play it a little safer than that, but he's racing. If you are just tuning in, thank you for the Amsoil Big Sky 200, just outside of Broadview, Montana, at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway for Ultra 4 USA and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. Thanks again to Throttle Down Customs. And speaking about Throttle Down Customs, he has a unlimited truck. Rowdy will be in a Class 1 car later on today, and he is going to be absolutely sending it. It looks like it could be John Rance coming into screen. Yes, it is. That's the old school buggy. We're going to try to see if we can get Erica Allreed down there and have a chat with Albert Contreras, who was in that little tangled up situation earlier, as we're back with Mick Henson on course, part of Rusty Nail Racing, and that old school Toyota. That's leaf springs front and rear, Pam.
It's a little rough out here in some of these areas, and definitely have to check up in some of those spots with those leaf springs because you don't want to make sure it's bucking them.
So I'm getting a little chatter on my rugged race radios. We're about 15 minutes out from the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class White Flag.
It seems like it went by really fast.
Yeah, it's been a great morning of racing, but remember we have 5 different classes. The 1600 bugs, you were saying it's only 2 laps. The stock classes for us and your do 3 laps, and then the limited cars, the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class, and the comps do 4 laps. So there's different lap counts, different classes. We'll do our best, but so far so good. And what a great day of racing we are having.
And right there, that's a very fast section, as you can see. You can see that they're kicking up the dust a little bit more, but it's awesome to see this drone footage to see where they can have those fast sections and also the technical. But it looks like he made a right-hand turn right there going down into the area. This is, I can't quite make out the number of this car, but they're kind of going a little bit slower than you would think they should be going in this area. It's rutted out a little bit rough right there in some dips, but it looks like he might be struggling to be going right now.
There is Sean Rance Sr. I believe on adjusted time he could be our leader right now, but how far ahead of him? Where's John Matthews? I guess that's the biggest question.
Well, earlier John Matthews had got back by Sean, so now we see Sean, but we have not seen John at all.
Yeah, so where's the dust? Is it in front of him, behind him? I'm not sure. Did we miss John Matthews, or did Sean get around him? I guess we'll have to wait till he comes through the race line, start, finish. When he crosses the line, we'll hit the tracker. Look at these ruts. There's 2 different sets of ruts now. This track is really starting to get beaten in. There's one of your cars, I believe.
Yes, and he was struggling just a little bit ago when he was on before we went to Sean Rance, but he looks like he's moving along now, so maybe he was just the rutted out areas that he was concerned about. That's the number 11.
That is Wolfforka. There's another wide open section. That is Sean Rance once again. That drone's chasing him. And that 1976 Ford Bronco.
That is a great shot. That drone has been following for quite a while.
Sean Rance in a 1976 Ford Bronco Jesse Haynes fabrication chassis. Richard Performance 455 small block. ATI Turbo 400. Hero T-Case, Rough Stuff, Mega High Nines, RCV, King, ADS, Ratflow, Milestar, and Race Line wheels. Keep him rocking and rolling out here in Broadview, Montana for the AMS Oil Big Sky 200. This is a fun little zigzag, and look how off camera that is just for a minute. So another funny thing we haven't really talked about is groundhogs. They're out here, or prairie dogs. Prairie dogs. And we were marking course the first day we were here, and JT and I were in the fast sections. He was driving, we're cruising along, and all of a sudden there was a mound just fresh, and we hit that, and we got a little slideways, but kept her under control, but built it right in the center of the track. It was wild.
Yeah,
but there are a ton of groundhogs out here.
Definitely saw quite a few of the mounds out there, and we were out there the other day, and there was one that was actually out at distance. And
we've seen a bunch of them. They'll start chirping at you. We were, taking a water break when we were marking course, and you see them just starting to, pop up. Alan, starting to chirp at us.
I'd rather see the prairie dogs than the snakes. The snakes are definitely something. I have not seen one out here this weekend, but I know quite a few of you guys have, and a lot of the racers have seen them as well. But I would rather see those prairie dogs than those snakes.
Absolutely. I about had a snake in my boot after that one. There's some of our camera crew out there. There's that old Ram Charger. I believe that's the 423.
Yes, it's Thomas Hackman.
Out of Rapid City, South Dakota. It's so fun joining teams with the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. It's cool to see the different cars. You kind of get used to what we have here, but seeing all the other cars and a gearhead's a gearhead. I mean, I've bounced around through the pits and meeting the new teams and drivers, and you're already friends because you're here at the races.
Right.
And I believe that's where Albert Contreras and Joe Fabrizio got tangled up. So they're definitely having some issues down there. But again, everybody is okay. But we showed you that picture earlier on, and
it's just unfortunate. I mean,
That's
incidents happen, but the most important thing is that everybody is okay. You can see that the person that was flagging people down, they're still there. What they're doing is they're just making sure that when the cars are coming through, it's safety. Even though that you might have been the one that was involved in that incident, you don't want somebody else to come up on you and have the same incident, or you might need to flag them to go around you because you have to, because if they're on course area, they have to go around them.
Yeah, we saw him earlier with that flashlight, and he was just exactly what you're saying, just kind of saying, hey, pay attention, we got some issues up here. There's Jesse Bennett. He's still underneath the front end of the car working on it. That's the never give up attitude. He's got the tool bag trying to make it happen. I really hope they can get going. You can hear it in the mic. The wind just picked up a little bit.
Yes, it did.
We had a little dust devil come through yesterday afternoon. I'm hoping that doesn't repeat.
Yeah, that was not fun. All of our papers started going everywhere. Our awning decided it wanted to buckle up just a little bit, and we're holding on to the easy ups that are around us. It's we have our own little race over here just to keep our desk in order.
That is no doubt for sure, but I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. There's another 1600 Volkswagen Bug. Almost looks like a Class 5 car.
It's the 574, I believe is what that number is on front of there.
That is Mark Keene and Ray Casier in that Baja Bug. Out of Colbert, Washington, with Hook's air-cooled VW out of Spokane.
And you can just see right there, they can't move super fast, even on the fast sections. They're still going slow because these guys, their suspension, they don't have any suspension on it. So if they're going fast at a faster speed and they come into one of those G-outs or one of those gotchas, that's definitely not going to be pretty.
Their suspensions are back sometimes.
Right.
Those guys are some of the toughest in the sport. I love the Class 11 racing. Oh, there is Taryn, I believe, getting stuck. But hey, here's where four-wheel drive compared to two-wheel drive becomes an issue, or you can see the advantage there. But that's how deep these ruts are getting. You can see that Class 1600 Bug getting stuck in those huge ruts. but I believe that's Taryn that went right around him. Oh, but you see that left rear flat tire now. I think he got the back of that bug and popped the tire. So a little bit of rubbing racing that cost him a flat. He does have a spare on the back. Is he going to pull over and change it? How far is he from a remote pit 1? The Amsoil hot pits. Oh, that is tough break. And now did he do any damage to that bug? Obviously, that was completely unintentional.
Right.
He was trying to go around him, but those ruts were deep. So that really cost him a tire.
Yeah, exactly. With what you're just now saying, I'm going to feed off of that. So he was trying to go around them, but those ruts are so deep. What will happen is it can still kick your car down into the ruts. And what we were talking about earlier, the ruts are getting so deep, the bugs are trying to stay out of them, but they'll grab you. It's like they pull you in.
And suck you in. Yeah, it's like quicksand.
So that's unfortunate. I mean, right now, this is where they're going. If what they'll do is, if they're close enough to the pits, they'll wait and they'll just change the tire once they get there. But there's the 574 coming through the race line, start finish line.
So Mark King grabbing, I believe he's going to be on the white flag for him because those cars are only doing 2 laps. There is Sean Rance. I don't know if this is our physical race leader. I haven't seen John Matthews, so I kind of assume we would have picked him up. Sean Rance hitting the Yukon, launched that 76 Ford Bronco with that Ford horsepower, showing out just a little bit.
Well, we know right now that he's very close to coming in to the race line, start finish line. We have not seen Dwayne Garrettson in front of him unless we have not, we've missed him. But Sean Rance right now out front as we see it, but we'll see here in just a moment as he crosses the race line, start finish line.
Getting a little updates from the Amsoil hot pits. Number 46, Gory Parks was there for a little bit. Just left the hot pits with front brakes only. They were able to cap the rear brakes, but he is back out on course. So Gory Parks.
And there's Sean Rance. He was up there in the screen. But there's Josh Atterbury right now going through one of those beautiful canyons. Miles, we keep talking about the rocks and everything. And something else that I was noticing, the rock formations, it's like they're shell rocks.
There's different styles
layers
of rocks, yes.
And then some of them, it looks like they're gigantic anthills, but they're rocks.
I love the different terrain out there. As we're watching Josh Atterbury, I believe he is our leader in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And he will be coming into town and grabbing the white flag here very shortly. So on course, it is Sean Rance. Where is John Matthews? John Rance just crossed the race line, start finish, heading out for his third lap of 4.
And he picked up time from his first time around. That was just now his fastest lap at a 1:02.20. John Matthews still has the fastest lap of this race, but Sean Rance has definitely picked up his time.
Out at remote pit 1, Sherpa Motorsports 1 minute 46 behind John Williams and 10 seconds behind Sherpa.
And keeps flashing back and forth because there's a battle going on here. John Matthews was on screen for just a second, but there's Sherpa right there.
So that's John Williams, Alex Flemings, and Brexton Glines right there on course in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. A great battle out on course of this 40-mile course, and they're right there together.
Yeah, such a great battle right there. Look at the ruts that they're going through. It's kicking them up. But here we go. Alex Fleming's pulling off, being the gentleman that he is, letting by the car that's behind him just because it is obviously faster in a different class.
Well, those are both 4600 cars.
Oh, that's true.
And I had a fun chat with Brexton and Kendall Glines earlier, and they had to put a new engine in that car last week. They started up, loaded the trailer, and had issues. There's John Matthews. So physical in second and on adjusted time. So John Matthews had an issue. Did he pull over to let his transmission cool down? Did he pull over to change a tire? We are not sure. Hopefully we can get some updates on that. And there is our physical race leader, John Rance, in the Amsoil hot pits. Fueling her up, getting everything checked out. They're doing a good visual because on the front of these cars, it's mechanical steering. So that's the one thing that can really bite these cars so that you can see them checking out. And as they're fueling up, you cannot touch the car. So these cars are just out there giving a visual on the car. They're putting fuel in. They've got all the correct safety gear. You see the fuel apron on the fueler. So Sean Rance Sr., out there on the Amsoil hot pits. How far back is John Rance? This is gonna. I mean, this is gonna be exciting. If John Rance does not stop, he's gonna be passing any time, Pam.
So John Matthews, he did go through just now, and he is a minute 21 seconds behind Sean Rance. But Sean Rance is in the pit, so he's going to make up that time right there.
Remember, he was in the pits or John Matthews was in the pits for an extended period of time earlier on. And now John Matthews is in the pits. So it's going to be a pit war. Who's got the faster pits here at the Amsoil hot pits? And you can see the gal up front just giving the stop. We're fueling. And this is going to be terrible for Sean. He's in there super excited to go, but you don't want to short yourself any fuel. Look, 4 dump cans. They are burning some gas hauling the mail out there.
And that's been Bailey Campbell. She's been walking around, doing a little walk around looking. She's at the back side of it right now behind our Optima Batteries timing board there, but she is up there checking it out. But right there, there's some cars, you can see they're using just regular 5-gallon fuel drums. But there are also out there, some people have quick fuels. They're quick connects. And this one, he obviously does not have that, so it takes a little bit more time.
So you can see the driver, they're watching for John Matthews right there because they know it's down to the wire. Sean Rance did start behind John Matthews, so as long as he can take off before him, he's got him on time, obviously. And like you're saying, there's Bailey Campbell in the back of our screen making sure everything's good. They're giving the go, 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 go. Sean Rance Sr. does get out in front of John Matthews. So this is going to be a race to the finish. It is 40 miles an hour for the next about 100 feet for him, and then he can open it up for the Rocky Mountain Speed launch.
And I believe that was Ryan Miller helping with the fuel. He was all fueled up because they are helping out Sean Rance's team. But that was awesome because every time he was handing over a can, you could see him. He was looking back because they're a little bit farther forward, so it's kind of around a little bit of a bend as well.
There's the old F100 out there pushing strong. So John Matthews is back on course as well, so it's going to be really tight. Ooh, there's our physical race leader in the 4600 Spider Track stock class of Josh Atterbury checking out the front end. These front ends are super fancy. They've got portals on them. They've got bigger diffs. Are they checking out that? They're popping the hood now. There's a lot of electronics on that car. I hate to see that they were having such a great race. Is that Tom Biddle that's pulled over? We just saw Brexton Glines cruise by, but that looks like it could be Tom Biddle. There is starting to be, the attrition is definitely settling in. And that is just outside the qualifying course. So Josh Atterbury has his co-driver Brandon out of the car. Oh, Josh Atterbury's taking the helmet off. This is not good for the Bronco machine. These cars are taking a beating on this 40-mile lap. Multiple lap depends on which class you're in. The 1600s running 2, stock classes are running 3, and the modified and comps are running 4 laps. There is Taryn still with a left rear flat tire.
Yeah, still has it. So like we were saying earlier, it's all about strategy. Is it quicker to just stay on that flat tire, get to the hot pits? But he is going over the Yukon launch, so he's super close to Amsoil.
He's about a mile out from the Amsoil hot pits, maybe a mile and a half. So it probably is better safe to just roll in slow than get out, because then you have to go back to the pits anyways and get a new spare. So, I mean, that's strategy. What do you do? There's JT Taylor, our race director, making sure everything's running smooth.
And there we have a bug going through a canyon. This is where earlier it's super, super deep. And so hopefully they don't have any issues and get stuck on these ruts. And he's just trucking right on through there. And that is the 1620.
That is Jane Cologne. And that 1600. I love those bugs. Those are so cool to see. Is that the one that got hit in the right rear? It looks like it's bent a little bit, where Taryn could have clipped just a little bit.
I'm pretty sure that was it. The same kind of paint scheme on it. So I think you're right on that one, Miles.
On the Rugged Race Radios, getting some input from race ops. It looks like Nathan Carlson, the 45.99 has rolled at race mile 19. But everybody is okay. So tough break for Nathan Carlson. Well, hopefully he can get righted. We'll send our safety crew over there, get him back on course and rock and roll. Remember, this is a no chase race. Only Yellowstone Off-Road or Ultra 4 USA race ops can help right the car unless it's a fellow competitor. Trying to keep up with everything out on course. There's a lot going on there, Pam.
Yes, there is all kinds of action going on all over. Getting updates through the radios, our phones. People are giving us all kinds of information.
Pam, do you smell that? I smell burnt rubber. That is Taryn that just passed us with that flat tire. He's been running on that flat tire for so long. I know he's getting close.
And Taryn was sitting in that number 2 position earlier, but he is now in that 3rd spot. About 6 minutes behind the leader, so that's actually or behind second place. That's actually not too bad for running on a flat tire, and also 7 minutes 21 seconds behind first place.
Josh Atterbury still pulled over, and look at the helmets on top. We talked about that yesterday, so I'll cover that again. When you're pulled over on the side of the course, and if you're out of the car, everything's okay. Put your helmet on top. That indicates a visual to the other drivers that hey, that car's okay, because everybody wants to kind of self-police and make sure everybody's doing okay, so you don't have to slow down and check on them if you see the helmet on top as a visual.
Exactly. In the 1620, I don't have that name on my list, but he's definitely struggling going through these ruts. He's trying to keep, half of his car on the high end because these ruts are so deep for their cars because they're so low to the ground.
White flag out.
That's the Cologne car. Oh, that was John Williams. And I believe we're going to have a camera at... I think we have the camera and Erica Allreed at his pit, so when he pulls into the Amsoil Hot Pits, hopefully we can throw it down to Erica Allreed and check out John Williams' pit stop in that Active Air machine out of Murray, Utah. There's Brexton Glines crossing the race line start-finish.
And Brexton just went through sitting in that number 4 spot on corrected time. His lap time was a 1:05.17, so he's picking it up.
And the white flag was out for him, right? They're racing 3 laps. He finished number 2, if I'm not mistaken.
Right, correct.
There's Alex Fleming pulled over. We saw him pull over for a little bit ago, but he's still on the side of the course. So Sherpa Motorsports and that Toyota 4Runner with that V8 is pulled over. We see Josh Atterbury pulled over. So the attrition is absolutely starting to bite these cars.
And we were talking about that with Aaron and Grizz and everybody that has raced here before. It's amazing to see how many cars actually break down on race course.
But it sounds like we're at the Amsoil Hot Pits. And John Williams pits, we'll send it down to Erica Allreed and check it out. So, Erica, take it away. You're there with John Williams.
3, 2, 1, go.
Guys, right now we're in front of John Williams' pits. He's asked his team to not hold him up for very long, just 5 gallons and go. But as he pulled in, they realized that he has a low tire. So I'm curious to see if they're going to change it or if they're just going to let it run, because he's up in this race right now and could be contending for this podium.
Thank you, Erica, for that update. They're back out on course. It looked like there may have been another car right behind him. We'll see. Remember, it is 40 miles an hour through the pits. And there's some dust being made coming into the qualifying area. Oh, that was Brexton Glines right behind him. That may be our new leader in the 46. Oh, that's Albert Contreras. We saw him. He was the one that was parked on. We'll get a shot of Albert Contreras, and hopefully Eric can catch up with him and see what exactly happened, because all we could see was they were tangled up.
So the AMSOIL hot pits are definitely hot right now. Lots of action going on. It's super exciting to see that. It's unfortunate for the racers that they're going through the hot pits, but it's awesome to see that we're getting so much action from pit reporting down there from Erica.
I'm not going to lie. I'm kind of jealous of Erica right now. I love being in the hot pits, being in the drama. You can see the cars. You read the face of the driver, and we do have a recovery crew. That's Grizz, Michael Adams himself towing out. That's Joe Fabrizio. That's the other car that was parked on top of Contreras. So Joe Fabrizio is out of the race. Albert Contreras is in the AMSOIL hot pits. And we do know that we have our camera down there, so we'll be able to check him out. So there's Albert Contreras as we speak in the AMSOIL hot pits. Hopefully they can, whatever happened, we'll get an update from them hopefully here in just a little bit. They're checking the car out. And look how muddy it is. So he may have been stuck as well.
Yeah, where it looked like he went down, the grass looked like it was kind of like a marshy area. So maybe Erica can go over and to get the information, because obviously our camera guy is over there as well. So it'd be kind of cool to see if the pit crew can give us a little update.
So is that some bovine waste, or is that a little bit of mud, or a little bit of both?
And that right there is Scotts Bluff having a little bit of issues going up it.
Then that's that spot right there, like you're saying, Pam. That's that hard rock that's starting to get more and more ate out.
And you can see the divot right there. Once they get up over that lip, what they've been doing probably is spinning their tires a little bit. It's just going to get worse and worse throughout the day.
Especially here in a little bit when we get unlimited tires, unlimited horsepower. So Albert Contreras is out of the AMSOIL hot pit. There's Lee O'Donnell, 23, our USAC representative. Make sure everything's going smooth. That's Eddie Oliver, I believe.
So Eddie Oliver made it up. Scotts Bluff. What happened with the truck that just backed down? He's got to go back down. Now he's got to get his momentum going again, because it's very steep right there. You can't tell by the camera angle from the drone.
And don't forget, that truck that was stuck was only two-wheel drive. And it sounds like we're going to have another hit from James Cantrell from our headquarters at Mid-America Outdoors. James, what do you got for us, buddy?
Hey, Miles and Pam, sitting here at Mid-America in the studio. If you've been watching the Ultra4 Racing.live Motorsports timing, I'm really impressed today. If you look at the 4600 stock class lap times, they're running very competitive with the 4500 mod cars. The 4600 stock class, they've got a stock motor, stock transmission. They're very limited on the modifications, racing against a heavily modified 4500 car with big V8 motors, unlimited horsepower. Right now, we've actually got two 4600 cars in the top 5, with John Williams only a couple minutes behind Sean Rance. And we normally don't see this in the 4600, 4500 mixed race. So it's a really competitive race today. Can't wait to see how it shakes out. Back to you, Miles and Pam.
Thank you, James. I hate to see you're not out here racing with us, but it's fun having you there at Mid-America Outdoors at our headquarters. It's really cool, the technology we're bringing to the game. And, yeah, the 4600 Spider Track stock class is absolutely one of our favorites, and the white flag is out once again. That's Alex Fleming. We saw him pulled over, so he's back and moving he is.
Yes, you can hear that horsepower in the background here. The start-finish line is just off in the distance for us, but there is John Rance right there going through one of the beautiful canyons and the rutted-out little S-turns that we have out there.
Lacey Rowe is tuning in, rooting on her hubby in the 1616 car with Matt and Andy Rowe out on site. She's having fun checking everything out. And just getting another update that Nathan Carlson, that 4599 that was has been recovered, and they are okay.
Good. That is really good news to have, information to have, and we do still have John Rance right there on the screen. But it sounds like we're going to have Erica down there here in just a moment.
So Albert Contreras is the one that was tangled up there. So Erica Allraid is out down there in the pits. We'll have a little check out, and we'll find out what happened from that picture we saw earlier from the two Jeeps that were parked on top of each other. Erica, it's you.
Okay. We're all crowded.
1, go.
Joining me are some friends of Albert Contreras. Guys, unfortunately, a little bit earlier, we saw Albert was kind of out of the race in a little bit of wreck. But right now, we just saw him pull up to the pit and was able to go back out on course. What do you guys know about that crash, or was there any damage to the car?
You know what? The car looked great. It came in here. It was covered with mud and lots of, grass and branches falling off of it. Albert looked okay. He was in the vehicle when the other car came on top of him. His son was out of the vehicle. He said he was fine. He got a little jolted. But the car looks great. They splashed fuel in it, and he's back on course.
We're good, and we're back on course.
Well, we're so glad to see him back out on course, and we're so glad to hear that he is doing okay. We look forward to seeing what he can do in these next few laps.
All right, go Albert!
All right, thank you, Erica. It's awesome to hear that Albert's back out on race course, and it's unfortunate, though, the incident happened, but he's going to have to do a little bit of mud cleanup when he gets home.
So what it sounds like to me is there must be a corner that Albert blew and got stuck in the mud, and then Joe Fabrizio was right behind him, same thing, blew the same corner, and luckily his co-driver was out of the car trying to help recover, was able to get out of the way. So it just sounds like they both kind of overdrove a corner, got stuck in the mud, and did a little Rubbins racing, but thank goodness everybody's okay. Thanks, Erica, for that update.
And we do see the 1620 still trucking along. And there we have Dwayne Garrettson right there on course. Had some issues earlier, but trucking along as well.
So I've got a physical look at Joe Fabrizio, and he must have rolled and then landed on Albert Contreras because that Jeep is really, really beat up. So tough break for Fabrizio. He's getting towed to the Amsoil Hot Pits. He is out of the race, so tough break for him, but Albert's still out on course. Speaking about course, there is
Dwayne Garrettson.
Dwayne Garrettson. Sorry, I completely had a little slip there, but Dwayne Garrettson, we saw him or heard about him having an issue earlier today, but great to see him back out on course.
But Dwayne Garrettson trucking along, like you said earlier, definitely awesome to see him going, because having the oil line issue earlier, I mean, that can take you out of the race, but here he is. He's trucking along.
So Dwayne Garrison and Jeremy Tipton still pushing strong here at the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. It's absolutely amazing out here. I mean, look at the view we have behind us. It's just great. The wind is blowing just a little bit. The sun is out, but I'm having fun.
We have the view. We have character out here with us this weekend. There's stuff all over this race course, and we've added some right here behind us, a little bit of character to our live feed today. It's been awesome, though. It's been awesome. The weather is amazing right now. I'm loving having the shade on us, but with that cool breeze. I still have my jacket on. You still have your sweatshirt on, but it's going to warm up just a little bit more. But Dwayne Garrettson right there on course, going through some of those areas that have those whoops and the tight rights that he has coming up. There's actually a 90-degree turn right there. You could see there's a cone that we put our course markers on, and that one had going directly right, and that means it is a 90 right. You might want to check up just a little bit.
And that's going to be in your notes from pre-running. But Dwayne Garrettson, number 26, out of Alma, Arkansas, with Jeremy Tipton riding shotgun with Come Get You Some Off-Road. He's in Jimmy's 4x4 Bronco, Limitless Performance LS 6-liter, Turbo 400, Atlas, Spider Tracks, Brannick, Yukon, Yokohama, Raceline Wheels, Brannick Motorsports, Limitless Performance, and Extreme Diesel help him race out here with us at Ultra 4 USA.
And Miles, we missed Brexton Glines coming through the raceline start finish. He's actually sitting in that 4th position right now, 2nd in the stock class, but sitting 4th overall, unofficially on corrected time. So that's pretty awesome for Brexton Glines at the 46.89. And there's Dwayne Garrettson. You can see how tight those turns are. We were talking about that with the 4400 cars, because the wider stance, the bigger car, is going to be super tight for them later on in the race whenever we see them out there. Some of the tight canyons that they have to go through. And we were discussing with Grizz actually the other day. We were out watching the pre-running going on, and we had to see somebody back up because there's a couple turns out there that are pretty tight for these longer vehicles to go through. But it's an awesome race course out here.
But that's just part of racing.
Exactly.
It's great. And there's another one of those outcrops. And right there, if you went too far left, you could clip that wall and smoke your front end.
Because this angle is a great angle, but it's actually also a cliff of rocks right there. You hit that, it's not going to be pretty.
It's a beautiful part of the course. But yeah, we're trying to keep everything going on safe on this race. And speaking about safety, USAC is here on site. Leo Donald 23 is making sure everything's going on. And one of our other USAC partners, Drew Schultz, is having a layover on his way to another race. He's tuning in, so miss seeing you around, buddy. But thanks for keeping everybody safe on your end as well. USAC's been around for a very, very long time. That's our sanctioning body. They run safety, scoring, and timing. It's been a great partnership with them. And look at the dust. So right there is the qualifying course, but the top, they got to go about another 1.5 miles around before they come into this section. So the course is really starting to deteriorate out there. You can see it's almost blue-croofed right here. But you saw the ruts earlier, but it sounds like Erica Allreach down there in the Amsoil hot pits and going to give us an update on the turn down there. Erica, take it away.
5, 2, 1, go.
Guys, right now behind me, you can see just one of the corners that we have in the pit area. You can see that all of the rock is getting exposed. You can see all of the ruts, and it's getting super treacherous. Now, keep in mind that this zone is strictly just 40 miles per hour because we are in the hot pits. So just imagine what it is like out on course right now for these drivers. I mean, just look at those rocks.
Thank you, Erica. And yeah, like you said, it's only 40 miles an hour in the Amsoil hot pits, and she's right there physically looking at it. So can you imagine what it is on some of those high-speed turns, Pam?
I know, exactly. The high-speed turns, and what we were out there the other day, and the cars hadn't even really been running on it yet, and they were already super deep. But that right there was John Rance that just flew by on screen.
There's Anthony. Taylor's still pushing strong. You saw him hit the Yukon launch. White flag is out for John Rance. So one more 40-mile loop for John Rance, and he'll be getting the checkered flag there at the race line start-finish. So we're about an hour out from the 4,600.
His last
Spider
lap
track stock class.
His last lap was a 1:11, so it's a little bit slower than his fastest lap of the day so far at a 1:10.17. But he's doing good out there, going out on that third lap. We do have John Rance in that number 4 position overall in the 4,600 stock class. Unofficially right now, we do have John Williams is actually leading it. He is out on his third and final lap of the race, unofficially in that number 1 position for the 4,600 stock class.
In the 4,500 Yukon Gear and modified class, it is Sean Rance in that first spot, John Matthews, and then Taryn Hallowich.
And we did see Taryn coming through earlier with that flat tire, but as long as they got that all changed out and had no issues, because what happens sometimes when you go so long on a flat tire, if it starts getting ate up, what it can do is it can affect your brake lines possibly. But it didn't look like it was at that point, but as long as he's all good, back out on course, he's running good. Got a podium finish right now unofficially.
Speaking of the 4,600 Spider Track stock class, that is Brexton and Kendall Gline stuck on course. They are pulled over. Both are out of the car. Helmets are popped up. I hate to see this for these two young men. Remember, they were putting an engine in this thing just a week and a half ago to make it out here for the Amsoil Big Sky 200. So tough break for them. Hopefully, they can get it running. Back to John Rance.
Yes, because Brexton Glines is in that number 2 position for the 4,600 stock class. And there is Troy Digby. We haven't seen him in quite a while.
Yeah, he's definitely off pace. He's hitting the Brannock bump. So not sure what's going on with him, but Troy Digby is off pace for sure.
Yeah, he's limping it in here for sure. But, yeah, he was doing awesome earlier on, but now wonder what's going on with him. He was a rookie of the year, one of the rookies at King of the Hammers this year as well. I believe he was our top finisher in the rookie class out at King of the Hammers.
That was a really cool situation. We just saw Dwayne Garrettson come through. Where's that put him, Pam? It looks like 5th in
In the 4,500 modified, yeah, he's fifth overall right now in the modified class, 9th overall for our whole entire race today.
Great to see him still moving out there so strong. We still have a lot of action out on course. We've been racing for 2.5 hours. There's Albert Contreras, one of those that got stuck earlier and got parked on, but he's still moving. Car still looks like it's in pretty good shape. So Albert Contreras with Jeep Phil's Off-Road out of Compton, California, still pushing strong. Part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class. There's one of your competitors, Yellowstone Off-Road Racing.
And there's Troy Digby right there coming through slow, so we know that he will be going into the pits. Hopefully it's just a minor issue, but he is running a new motor, as Erica was talking about earlier. He's coming in, trying to step up his game, wants to finish strong, so hopefully it's nothing wrong with the motor and something minor might be going on. But that is the 816 right now going over the Yukon launch.
That is Charlie and Arlo Shaw out of Billings, Montana, still pushing strong. There is Shaw Racing, still trucking along. We got some there is Brexton Glines, still with the hood open. So with the hood open at the back of the car, they're probably getting some tools trying to figure out what they can do to keep it running. This course is really starting to take its toll on the competitors and the cars themselves. We had the Drivers Appreciation Dinner last night, so I was chatting with a few of the racers, and they were super excited to be out here racing. Had a good chat with Levi Shirley last night for a bit. He'll be racing later on today in the 4,400 Unlimited class at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So we've got a great race on our hands right now, but the Unlimited race kicks off here at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, so make sure you do not miss that. Tell your friends and family, set an alarm, get some snacks and some beverages ready. We will be racing wide open later on this afternoon. The biggest and baddest names in our sport. You saw a thumbs up from the Glines, giving one of their fellow competitors of Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports. We saw him pulled over earlier as well, but obviously he got it back going. That is the one vehicle in the 4600 Spider Track stock class that has a V8. If you are just tuning in, we thoroughly appreciate each and every one of you for tuning in to AOE.TV and Speedsport.tv. This is the 2023 AMSOIL Big Sky 200. I believe that's Thomas Hackman. That Troy Digby at the AMSOIL Hot Pits. Back to Troy Hackman. I love that spot on the Scotts Bluff. That is a four-wheel drive, so we had a little bit of easier way up.
He's actually one of my favorite looking vehicles out here this weekend. It's super cool, super heavy. Those older Ram SUVs, as I'm calling it, very heavy metal, but it's super cool to see him out here racing.
But yeah, Hackman's still pushing strong. What a great view of this amazing wide open course out here. as it warms up a little bit. But the dust is coming in. The dust is blowing. The wind's up. I think we have perfect race conditions today. They did take off in 30-second increments at 7 a.m. this morning. There is Taryn. We saw them with the flat left rear tire, so they got it switched out and back on course. And obviously, if they stepped for a tire, I'm sure they topped off with fuel. And that's where Erica Allreed was just a little bit ago, and you can see how dug out that is.
So he was in there for quite a bit, so hopefully there wasn't any other issues with his car, but he is running in that third position. And there we have right there on screen the 816.
That is Charlie and Arlo Shaw with Big Sky Off-Road.
And there we go again with that awesome Dodge Ram.
That's Thomas Hackman and Brandon Ulrich in that 82 Dodge Ram 4x4.
Here's some horsepower in the background. Oh, and that's the square body.
Oh, getting a little slideways there, but keeps her under control.
Oh, and Josh Atterbury's still sitting on the side of the road. That's unfortunate.
And Brexton and Braden Glines are pulled over as well. So the attrition is definitely setting in. And the ruts are getting deeper and deeper. Look at the color difference there in the corners. And some of these are getting some brake bumps I noticed earlier on today as well. Because you're coming in a corner, so everybody's on brakes at different times, so it kind of makes a ripple effect, and those braking bumps can really hurt you. Oh, that may be Tom Biddle. He was pulled over for quite a while, so if he's back and moving, I'm pretty excited about that. See him as he makes it over the Brannick bump.
His bright green wheels. But, yeah, you're talking about those. I call them chatter bumps. You know, they're not fun. That. They're not fun at all, especially in the bugs. The bugs are definitely, the Class 1600 is definitely not going to have a good time going over those chatter bumps. It makes it feel like your car's broken almost. It makes you start questioning if something's going on and something's wrong.
I believe that's Shelby McDonald in that 844 and that old school Bronco with Allie McDonald riding shotgun. And back on the Spider Tracks backstretch, the UTVs kissed 100 miles an hour. So I think the 4400 and the Pro Your cars and trucks can get up to about $110. If I'm hoping to hear some stories on. You'll have to, during your interview, you'll have to ask him who got the high speed back there.
I'll definitely do that. But the other day, talking with Paul Wolf, he actually was telling us that he will be hitting triple digits because he wasn't able to get up to speed on the pre-run, but he said he personally will definitely be hitting triple digits on that backstretch.
We just saw Brexton Glines pulling further off course, so they have more of a mechanical issue than they can handle in a quick amount of time. So tough break for him. There is Tom Biddle. He was broke down for a while, but great to see him back and moving. There's Keaton Potter, I believe, up and over the Yukon launch. So Keaton Potter out of Lewistown, Montana, still pushing through. Alpine Motor Speedway just outside of Broadview, Montana in Yellowstone County.
And there's a 1600 right now. Going on that backstretch is super fast. That's about as fast as they can get, but they have to check up, and it's super deep ruts right there and rocky. Some of those rocks are super sharp underneath. You go from this kind of the siltiness into the rock section like that, You don't want those rocks to cut the tires or puncture a tire.
And speaking about ruts, look how burned out this one is getting. He's going to use the momentum to take the high side, and then he's going to hammer down and head towards the Spider Tracks backstretch.
And Miles, speaking of keeping momentum, in the 1600 cars, you have to keep momentum. Momentum and speed is your friend in those cars.
Here's Keaton Potter making another lap, getting the white flag at the race line start-finish for Keaton Potter and Ray Smith with Potter Auto Body. There's JT Taylor, our race director, making sure everything's going smooth.
And that is the 100 right there.
Of Eric Pond out of Wickenburg, Arizona, part of the Truck Sportsman. And that 69 Bronco. Back to another 1600 car. The wind is blowing. It is absolutely perfect race conditions. It's going to be upwards of 80 degrees today, so if you're anywhere in the Billings area, kids 12 and under are free. It's only $20 per person. The big race kicks off at 1 p.m. MST, but we are still hot and heavy for the limited races right now. There's part of our camera crew, one of our drone pilots, getting everything lined out. There's still lots of cars out on course. About 10 minutes ago, we saw Troy Digby really off pace, so I'm wondering what happened. Maybe we can catch up with him in the Amsoil hot pits. He was moving, but he was way, way off pace.
Well, let's hope that we don't get to catch up with him and we can catch up with this crew and whatever was going on maybe got fixed. But unfortunately, limping it through like that is not fun to see.
It's just part of it. There's John Rance in that two-door manual transmission, a 7-speed. We were talking about that earlier, and it just, every time I think about it, it just catches you off guard. So I was asking him how the shift pattern is, and it was different. Like, I think left and up was reversed, left and back was first, and then you run through the 1 through 7. So it takes a little bit of getting used to it.
You're speaking of that earlier when you were saying it was a 7-speed manual. I was thinking in my head, how is that one working? Like, you said you've never driven one of those. I've never driven a 7-speed. It's only been, a 5-speed or a 6-speed. But that's definitely interesting to hear a 7-speed. That's the 870 in that square body.
That's Zachary Ablett. And Herman riding shotgun in that 88 Chevy Blazer out of Blunt, South Dakota with Pierre Sports Center and Black Hawk Marine.
And Miles, I love that we have a breeze today, but I am a little bummed that it switched directions today. Because the dust, whenever the drivers are coming through, is actually coming this way. But there's the old Bronco right there of the 844 that we see going over the Brannick bump, trekking along. He's moving quite fast. It looks like there's something that maybe had fallen off of someone's car right there. He went around it on race course. People losing some body parts, but we do see Josh Atterbury right there. It's so unfortunate he's still stuck on the side of the road there in his Dirty Life Wheels Bronco. And this is a beautiful area, the Class 1600 going down into that canyon. Making up some time. He's trucking along super fast.
Yeah, and they're so fun to watch. I had a dune buggy way back in the day, and they're just a lot of fun because you kind of have to steer with the gas sometimes. The front end is so light that suspension's not much, but they are a lot of fun to drive. There's that old Broncos clicking off another lap. They're at the race line, start finish. Lots of action all over course, but it sounds like the Amsoil Hot Pits is a lot of fun down there as well. And I think we have a special treat coming here in just a moment. As we're watching the qualifying area, we were seeing that quite a bit. But it sounds like we have our pole setter, Paul Wolf, is down there in the pit, the Amsoil Hot Pits with Erica Allred, and going to kind of give us a rundown on his strategy for the 4400 race later on this afternoon. So Erica Allred, take it away with Paul Wolf.
Go.
Joining me is 4900 and 4400 driver Paul Wolf. Paul, yesterday you had a good run going, but unfortunately a heartbreaker for you as you had a mechanical. So can you give us some more insight as to what happened with the car?
Yeah, we ended up having a wheel bearing failure. It's just one of these problems with a long endurance race. It's hard on parts. A little bit is my fault as a driver. I set the car up. I was unfamiliar with the track. I've never raced here, so I set it up to do more kind of desert style, more ruts and stuff, and it ended up kind of flattening out into a short course. So I had to corner a lot more with the car, and I was really just loading the wheel bearings real hard, trying to keep the car up front, and eventually had one give up on me. But part of racing.
Absolutely it is. And we were talking strategy earlier, and you said that you weren't sure if you were going to go guns a-blazing out of the gate or kind of keep it conservative first and foremost, and then at the end start to pick up speed. So after yesterday's events, what kind of strategy are you choosing for this afternoon?
Well, yesterday my strategy was to go easy and then start picking it up, and I know our second lap was faster than our first. I felt like our third lap was going to be faster than that. So I think we were moving in the right direction. I looked at a couple of lap times. I maybe was waiting a little bit too long. I should have went a little faster on the first lap. So is this airing before or after the race? That's the real question. I don't want to give my competitors the edge here. No, I'll probably just see what it feels like and go from there.
Well, that sounds great. We look forward to seeing you back out on course for a redemption ride later today.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Thank you, Erica. That's great insight from Mr. Paul Wolf that had a great race going yesterday until he didn't, but he's got redemption on his mind, and you know that Paul Wolf is going to be pushing hard, and there is John Rance on screen, another stock competitor pulled over on course. So both of our Broncos have had issues today. What a tough break for them. Hopefully they can get it going. What a tough race. The attrition is absolutely setting in on all of these competitors, Pam.
All of these competitors. We have our crew coming by to pick up some more camera stuff, having a good time out there, having fun with our racers. But that is a definite bummer. But yeah, Paul Wolf, he was one to reckon with. Sitting on the pole today in that single seat, you know, he did his seat time out there, but he was saying in his Can-Am he just didn't have the right setup out here. He was expecting a little bit of different, but single seat, he's a little bit wider than everybody else, so those tighter areas will only be, you know, the throttle will be his friend to get him around those tight corners that he will be going through. But that's a great shot right there of our Yukon launch and our open area of the sky, the big sky Montana out here. And that shot right there that you're seeing, that is going to be an amazing shot later on during our 4400 race whenever they are launching off of it.
It's going to be a fun one to watch for sure. And we saw 4689 of Brexton Glines earlier pulled over. He lost all forward gears in his transmission at race mile 10, so it looks like he is out of the race. 4583 is taking taking some fuel, so lots of action going on all over the course. What a great day of racing we have on our hands. What a wonderful day of racing we have, but it's not over yet. So we're going to step away, take a quick break, and be right back after this. All of Speed Sports coverage of Ultra 4 USA and the Big Sky 200 is brought to you by our official partners. Amsoil. By Raceline Wheels. By Rugged Radios, by Project X Off-Road, by Speed Sport, and by Mid-America Outdoors.
And look at the battle going on. We have a 1600 getting ready to pass one of our trucks on race course. That's super cool to see. They are going over that Brannick bump area. I thought the pass was going to be going on, but it looks like he backed off just a little bit. I'm not sure if that is a single seat 1600 or a two-seater or not, but how super cool is that they're running so close on race course.
And that's right behind that Ford Ranger. That's Nathan and Darian Jones getting chased down by that 1600. This is so much fun with the different classes out there battling. The Ford Ranger getting chased down by the 1600. We'll see if he can get a pass.
I wish we could see the number on that 1600 so we know who it is, because they've been going through quite quickly through all of the whoop sections, all of the sand wash where there are the deep ruts. They've been trucking along quite fast.
The white flag is out.
And the checkered was just waved for. Is that Shelby McDonald that just came through in the 844? I'm not sure.
So that's part of the Your Series. The 1600 class only ran 2 laps. So we'll update our scoring here shortly.
But what a feeling. Getting the checkered flag. I love seeing that coming out. That actually might have been Matt Rowe, because that is the only person in the 1600 class, of 1616. Can't confirm. Do not have confirmation on that number. But Matt Rowe has completed 2 laps, and that's what they are doing out here. And he is the first position for the 1600 class for the Your Series.
Getting an update that Josh Atterbury is out of the race at Dead Cow Corner. Had such a great race going, but he is out of the race. Brexton Glines was pulled over. We just saw John Rance pulled over. So the 46 Spider Track stock class is anybody's game. It is going to be a race to the finish. But to finish first you must finish. Lots of attrition starting to set in. We had a great little chat with Paul Wolf about having his little issue with the Can-Am, but he's got redemption on his mind. We'll see him racing later on today at 1 p.m. for the 4400 Unlimited class with the Your Pro trucks as well. Mountain Standard Time. This is the limited races. Is that Troy Digby? Yes, so Troy Digby is back out on course. We saw him limping along, but apparently pulled into the Amsoil Hot Pits, got whatever issue addressed, and went back out for another lap. So hopefully Troy can keep on keeping on.
Well, hopefully, like we were saying earlier, it was just something minor, but he is back out on course. But he did have that motor change before this race, so it's super awesome to see that he's back moving again.
Troy Digby has Bob Humancheck riding shotgun with him out of Baton Rouge, Louisiana. So much racing action. There's a couple of the old school trucks out there plugging along. The dust is out there flying. The wind is blowing. We're starting to get a little bit of overcast with that smoke coming down from Canada again. But speaking about Canada, we have so many of our Canadian racers down here racing with us this week. I know we have 5+ racing in Ultra 4 USA, and I think they had about the same racing with the Yellowstone Off-Road racing, eh? Oh, and we got a little inside-outside right there. We're going to see who sticks that, but that's Alex Fleming back moving. So we got a race. Is he pulling over to let him by? It looks like it. There's a great sportsmanship right there. He saw the dust. He knew he was there, so let him on by. So great sportsmanship from the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing Series. And that is Josh Atterbury. So they are at the Dead Cow Corner area. So the course changes from year to year, but back in 2019, Jason Blanton had the fastest lap of 48 minutes. And then yesterday it was Kyle Chaney with that 52.34. We'll see if that can get beat this afternoon. And we're back riding with Alex Fleming with Sherpa Motorsports.
You know who's going to be trying to beat that time today?
Who isn't going to be
All
trying
of
to
them.
beat that? Yeah, exactly. I mean, Bailey Campbell, Paul Horschel, Cody Addington, and the list goes on. Poole will be racing. Rowdy, part of the Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. They got a couple of their heavy hitters here as well, so it'll be interesting to see how we compare with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing and Ultra 4 USA.
And that's such a great shot right there up from above. All of the different lines that are out there, and it's amazing to see this course. But right there, that's one of our super fast areas. It's super, that's where we're talking about they're probably going to be getting up into like the triple digits.
That's right there at the Spider Tracks backstretch. So they'll be hauling the mail. So about 8 minutes ago, I got an update that John Matthews was through remote pits, but John Rance was 16 seconds behind him. So on adjusted time, this is absolutely John Rance's race to lose. So we'll see if he can. It's going to be tight between John Matthews and John Rance. John Rance started 1 minute behind John Matthews.
And there we do have Mick Henson on screen. We haven't seen him in quite a while, but he's trucking along by that bluff area. And these guys are back moving again. The 46, I'm not sure what that number was on that teal-colored Jeep Cherokee. They just now came through. They're moving
Was
along
that
again.
Jesse Bennett from earlier that was pulled over for a while?
Yes, it is.
Nice.
It is. So he's moving again, and we have Mick Henson again on screen on the qualifying area, getting ready to go through the Brannick bump.
The wind's picking up just a little bit. Be good for the racers because this is going to get dustier when we get these faster cars out there. Mick Henson getting ready to hit the Brannick bump. The Brannick Motorsports Legends class will be racing with the Unlimited cars later on today as well. So we'll have the 4800 Brannick Motorsports Legends class, the 4400 Unlimited with Ultra 4 USA, and then the Pro and Pro Unlimited with Yellowstone Off-Road. So we'll have 4 races going on later on.
I couldn't tell if he was taking selfies or pictures of his truck.
And there we have Alex Fleming right there moving along, going up that Scotts Bluff right there.
Yep, and you can see it checked up for that top little rock section. There's Josh Atterbury. We heard he was out of the race. Tough break for him. We got our Yellowstone off-road safety crew making sure he's okay. He is pulled off course. Looks like he's got a toolbox dug out. Had such a great race going. And again, I'll repeat, the helmets on top is for a visual for other drivers. Oh, he's giving the drone a thumbs down. I feel you, buddy. Josh Atterbury, tough luck for you. There's Mick Henson grabbing the white flag. But back to the helmets to finish my thought is that if you're having issues on course, if you put your helmet on top, that gives the other drivers a visual awareness that you are okay, because they are all here to help each other. Nobody wants to anybody get hurt out here, so you're going to check on your fellow competitor, but that's going to cost you time. So if you know you're okay, put the helmet on top, and they're going to blow right on by and probably give you a thumbs up. Hitting the Yukon launch, one of the Yellowstone off-road trucks. So it was the 4695 of Jesse Bennett. They are in the Amsoil hot pits as we speak getting fuel, so I'm not sure what happened with them, but they are back and moving, and they are in the Amsoil hot pits to keep on for another lap.
And we have 3 people going through this little short course area where we were doing the qualifying the other day. Awesome to see lots of action coming through to the race line start-finish line.
What a fun race we have had.
I know I'm having a blast.
There's the Brannick bump section right where we qualified yesterday morning. So we're going to have 2 12-hour days of racing. I can't think of anything else I would rather be doing here at the Amsoil Big Sky 200, just outside of Broadview, Montana, at the Old Cow Pie Motor Speedway. This is a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200.
Oh, and it looks like we're going to see a pass happen in here momentarily, possibly.
Looks like he was setting them up for the inside-outside, but had to check up. Not enough room in that corner. But he's got to know he's there.
And there we go.
There
you
he
can
goes.
see him pull off.
Pulls over, sportsmanship at its finest. And I believe that's John Owen in that 1975 F-150 out of Billings, Montana, making the pass. Mick Henson is in the Amsoil hot pits getting fuel now. So he's got one more lap to go. There's John Owen. Ooh, does he have a right rear flat tire possibly? Mick Henson in and out of the pit super quick and easy. And there is John Matthews who's been battling for the lead. Back to Mick Henson. There's our AOE safety crew.
And I was like, I wrote it.
So Mick Henson in and out of the Amsoil hot pits quick. There is John Matthews. Where is Sean Rance? Who's in front of who? They've been battling back and forth. But remember, on adjusted time, John Matthews has to beat Sean Rance by 1 minute. This race is on adjusted time. So next time around for John Matthews and Sean Rance, they'll be getting the white flag. One more lap to go for those 4,500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. They had 4 laps. Stock classes had 3 laps, and the 1,600 buggies had 2 laps. Did we ever find out who that 1,600 bug was?
I did not, but we do have Matt Rowe, who has completed all of his laps. So that could have possibly been Matt Rowe that came through.
On timing, that's what it's showing.
Right, exactly. So getting that checkered flag. So Matt Rowe and the number 1616.
What a great race for him. There's Eddie Oliver on screen. Back to Thomas Hackman and Brandon Ulrich in that old school Dodge Ram. In the short course area. Thanks again to everybody that makes this possible. Jason and Gayla Robinette, all the volunteers, Ultra 4 USA staff, the AOE crew, media, safety, USAC racers, fans, marketing partners, Yellowstone Off-Road Racing with Aaron, Grizz, and Don. And then later on, we'll be giving away those trophies. So thanks to Cody Wagner with LaserNet and those 360 wrap trophies. Thomas Hickman getting another lap there at the race line, start finish. This is a 10,000-acre private ranch owned by Warren Ketchum, located north of Billings, just outside of Broadview, Montana. Population's only 212 people out here, and the elevation is roughly 3,900 feet. There's a shot of the Rocky Mountain Speed and Fad jump, and it's going to be exciting this afternoon. That's going to be a great camera to watch later on today. We saw Paul Wolf sending it there yesterday in his Can-Am.
We can only imagine what he will be doing in his single-seat UFO 4400 Unlimited car later on this afternoon. He's going to send it, and it's going to be, I mean, all of them are going to be sending it, but I can't wait to see that camera angle this afternoon.
So let's go over the classes one more time. The 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class has an orange number plate. You can have 2.5 shocks per corner, limited to 14 inches of travel, mechanical steering, maximum of a 37-inch DOT tire, mounted a front-mounted engine, but unlimited horsepower.
And then the 4600 Spider Track stock class, they run a blue number plate. They have a stock OEM frame. Wheelbase must stay within 3 inches. The factory engine, but they may replace it with any available engine in the same make, model, and year of the vehicle. The factory transmission, a 35-inch DOT tire, single 2.5-inch shock per corner unless the dual from the factory limited to 14-inch of travel. Factory style suspension like leaf springs, coil springs, mechanical steering, and grassroots racing at its finest.
Yeah, that's both of our classes here in the Ultra 4 USA race, but this is a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road, but we're going to step away from the action, and we'll have some more racing after this. Welcome back to the 2023 AMSO Big Sky 200 just outside of Broadview, Montana, and that is John Matthews. I believe that is our physical race leader out front in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. What a great race we have on our hands now.
So if he's coming through, Sean Rance came through last time in front of him, so I wonder where Sean Rance is at. But John Matthews right there hauling the Mel through that, and there we are going through right now, getting the white flag. So John Matthews just came through with a 104.20, but where is Sean Rance?
And his fastest lap time was an hour flat earlier, so he's still on a pretty good pace. But yeah, where's Sean Rance? So Sean and John have been passing back and forth out there. John Matthews had that transmission issue earlier, but Sean Rance has had a pretty smooth race. But where's he at?
I know, exactly right. And there's Dwayne Garrettson. But Sean Rance and John Matthews, they've been playing leapfrog out there all day long. But, oh, here we are right there. There's Sean Rance coming through, getting the white flag.
And remember, they took off. Sean Rance Sr. took off 1 minute behind John Matthews, so on adjusted time, it's going to be down to seconds. This is going to be a race to the finish between John Matthews and Sean Rance Sr.
Well, Sean Rance just took back over that number 1 spot, so they're running back and forth.
So what's the time split?
It's not telling me the time split right at this moment, but wow, that's pretty cool that they are back neck and neck. It's literally going to come down to seconds.
So it's right at 30 seconds if I'm looking at that right. So Sean Rance has an adjusted time lead by 30 seconds. John Matthews is physically out front, so has the advantage on dust. But Sean Rance is there, and they know it. And we saw them both pitting for fuel earlier, so it should be, I mean, super, super close. What a great race. I can't wait to see how this race shakes out in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class.
And we haven't seen them come through here yet, but I don't think either one of them are stopping in the pits again. But, yeah, that's pretty cool to see them coming through neck and neck.
Yeah, getting an update from JT Taylor, our race director. He thinks it's down to 25 seconds. Oh, there's Sean Rance pulling in the pits. No fuel's going in. Not sure what they're doing. Oh, this is a tough break. They're pulling the hood off for Sean Rance. Where is John Matthews? I don't believe we did see John Matthews. He did not stop. So he's going to start getting a pretty good lead over Sean Rance. Tough break for Sean. Had such a great race going. I believe that's Ryan Miller helping checking everything out up front. So they're worried about something. I don't see a lot of eagerness in there, so I feel terrible for that. Oh, they're going to throw the hood down. So I guess one more lap to go. They checked it out, decided there's not much to go, and he's going to take on out. But they're going to chat about it. The car must have a little bit of a hiccup. Hopefully we can get somebody down there, maybe Erica, to go check it out.
Yeah, you can see they're having a conversation right there, but it's super bombed. But here we are. It is Ryan Miller. He is checking it out. Now he's over on the passenger rear, not sure what's going on. Well, there he goes. Off he goes. So got the clear from Ryan Miller, and back on race course goes Sean Rance.
So he had it by 25 seconds. He was in there for over a minute. So now I'm going to give it to John Matthews by probably 45 seconds on adjusted time. That's my personal guess.
Only time will tell.
Yeah, JT's down on the pits checking everything out, and he's getting amped up as well. He says Rance pitted, he's back out. What a great race, and he is absolutely correct. Thanks to everybody for tuning in. This has been so much fun. I hope you all are having as much fun as we are. So don't forget, the race is not over now, but the big race kicks off at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time with the 4400 Limited, the 4800 Brannick Motorsports, and the Yellowstone Off-Road Pro and Pro Unlimited. As we see Alex Fleming going through one of those cool little valleys. Alex Fleming in that Toyota Funera, that V8 IFS suspension, that 4600 Spider Track stock class. So Alex Fleming still plugging along. But, man, what a race we have on our hands. The white flag is out for the 4600 Spider Track stock class and now the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle modified class. We just saw John Matthews come through first, and then Sean Rance going to the pits. Matthews has got the little lead on him, so on adjusted time, I think John Matthews is going to be in that. But, Pam, can you catch us up on the 4600 Spider Track stock class?
Yes, so we have John Williams in that number 1 spot, sitting there with a 1:04 was his last lap time. And then in second position in the 4600 stock class is Brexton Glines.
But we saw Brexton pull over with a transmission hurt, so I think he's out.
Exactly. And then Alex Fleming, which we see right now on course, is moving along in that third position.
So what a great race. And we saw Sean Rance down in the pits. We saw him pulled over. They had the hood over, looked at something, put it down, talked to him, and then went to the passenger right to check it out. But I think we're going to have Erica Allreed down in the AMSOIL hot pits and have a chat with hopefully Ryan Miller and the Rance crew. So we'll see what Erica has to say and get a catch up with Sean Rance Sr.
I've got Ryan Miller here with me. He is Bailey Campbell's co-driver, but he is also helping out Sean Rance right now. Ryan, we just saw Sean come into the pits, but it didn't look like you guys did anything to the car. Did he think something was wrong, or what was going on there?
Yeah, he thought something was wrong with the belt system on the car. It turns out they think they're losing the alternator, and they're about 2 minutes behind the leader. It's a battle for first right now between those two, and they decided to go for it. So
they decided to go for it, but you also were giving him some tips. You guys shut off radio communication and anything to save power. So what else did you tell him before you guys got off comms?
We just told them where they were on course, and that the lead car actually sounded like it wasn't running on all 8 cylinders. And if they wanted to go for it, but try to turn off everything electrical to save battery power to make this last lap.
Well, I'm curious to see how this all plays out. Hopefully Sean can hang on to this.
Thank you, Erica. And that's Ryan Miller. That's Bailey Campbell's co-driver that was giving us a little update. So that's interesting. So the alternator's given up. They thought it was a belt, but no, the alternator's starting to freeze up. But if the pulley on it locks up, that's splitting the belt. They're game over. But if the alternator's just not charging, yeah, turn off the comms, turn off everything you can electrical, and try to go. But we're not in the pit, so I didn't hear it, John Matthews, but it sounds like he's not running on all eight cylinders. That's pretty interesting.
Oh, wow. So that's not... Hopefully Sean Rance does not have any more alternator issues, and he keeps on going and finishes strong, because between him and John Matthews going back and forth, it's been a great race between them two today. And you can see Alex Fleming right there going over a little bit of a bump down into a canyon with all those ruts that we keep seeing and talking about. And you can see how rough it is by the way his car is reacting while he is on race course in that section.
So I've got a physical eye on Josh Atterbury, who had such a great race going, but I got a visual look on him. He is off course. The checkered flag comes out for John Williams for the 4600 Spider Track stock class. What a great race for him. He was out front. I saw him in the pits once, but has battled all day long, but had a pretty smooth day from my venue point. Oh, is that John Rance? John Rance is back and moving, so great to see that. But I hate seeing Josh Atterbury. He's going to the pits off course. So Josh Atterbury is officially out of the race. But a great race by John Williams, unofficially winning the 4600 Spider Track stock class. And on timing, I don't believe anybody can bump him off that. But we still have to dot our I's and cross our T's. But what a great race for John Williams out of Murray, Utah with Active Air Racing in that 4623 Jeep.
Yes, Miles. Brexton Glines, he was off the side earlier, and then Alex Fleming, which we just saw on race course just a little bit ago. I don't think that on timing, but so everything is not official until it's official. But unofficially right now, John Williams in that number 1 position. But getting that checkered flag, like I said earlier, has got to be an amazing feeling after racing the 40-mile loop here. It's a tough 40-mile loop. And it doesn't seem like it just by looking at it, but it is. It's hurting a lot of cars out there.
Oh, absolutely. And John Williams started behind Alex Fleming, so on adjust time, there's no way he's got him. So if it all shakes out this way, it's unofficial. John Williams just won the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. So I'm getting an update that Brexton Glines is officially out of the race with a broken transmissions, but they will be back for Visions.
It's always a bummer to hear about broken down cars on race course, but what we always say is that's racing.
There's a high and wide. That's one of the Yellowstone cars. Not quite up to date with them, but it's been great racing with them for sure. All these different little valleys. You can see where the grass is green. That's where there's a few natural springs out here. Getting everything popping. He's coming down Lost My Lunch as we speak. It's been a great day of racing here at the Amsoil Big Sky 200 in Broadview, Montana, with a joint race with Yellowstone Off-Road for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200. Lots of action today and more action yet to come. Don't forget, 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, we kick off the Unlimited race, and it's going to be one heck of a show. This race is far from over yet. While the racing kind of dies down, the race is far from over, but we're going to step away with more racing action yet to come.
No matter what, it's never an easy event, and it never will be, and that's what makes King of the Hammers King of the Hammers. Tire choice is everything. I mean, to have a tire that's reliable and consistent and drives well out in the desert, but yet when we get to these crazy rock sections, still has grip and performs, and we can hit these sharp, jagged edge rocks and not have a problem, is what we need. And the Rockzilla is definitely our second to none when it comes to the UTV tires. And it just speaks traction. It's got big lugs hanging off the side. It's got big lugs down the side of the sidewall of the tire. If you're gonna look for something that makes traction and is gonna grip in rocks and dirt and everything, you look at a Rockzilla and go, man, that thing looks like it's gonna do the job right there.
This is your world, your job, your crew, your CAT compact equipment. And this is the support from your local CAT dealer. This is helping you meet your deadlines, your bottom line, your offers, your savings. This is getting you your parts and everything you need on time easier than ever. This is what you get from your local Cat dealer.
Welcome back to the 2023 Amsoil Big Sky 200. And I got a little update from the Amsoil Hot Pits. Number 45 of Stephen Yule had a hole in his oil pan, so they patched up with JB Weld and send it back out. I love the never die attitude. Drained the oil out, put some JB Weld on there, patched her up, and is heading back out for another lap. So Stephen Yule with 45, I like your style, buddy.
All right, we're going to have a special guest come in here in just a moment. All right, Joshua Smith, you're over here with us, over here in the Amsoil booth. You had quite the race yesterday. You ended up winning in your open, the UTV Open class, and you had an amazing race. You had a little bit of an issue with your steering, but we did our podium last night with you and everything. How do you feel today after racing yesterday and having the issues that you had?
You know, I feel a lot better after my steering issues, and I think that contributed to why I ended up throwing up in my helmet. I feel a lot better today. I drank a lot of water, and I'm rehydrated.
Yeah, well, this track, I mean, you won it back here in 2021. You were saying last night on the podium that the terrain at home where you live in Colorado is very similar. So do you go out and testing your cars on terrain like this normally for our other races that you race as well? And that's why you probably did so well out here, because the terrain is your backyard?
Yeah, this is super similar to our house at home in Colorado. We have a 4-mile track, and it's full of rocks, full of the winding grassy roads. We can hit, 90, 100 miles an hour there too, and get into some rocks that'll break the car. So it's a really good area to test the cars at.
So speaking of the speed limit, yesterday we were talking to Paul Wolf, and he was saying that he's definitely going to be hitting triple digits. Did you hit triple digits out here yesterday?
No, not quite. I hit 87 miles an hour in one of the straights, and then Corey made it his personal goal on that last lap to beat me, so he hit 92.
So explain why Corey got, well, we just explained you got sick, but your co-driver, Corey Nasso, ended up in the driver's seat. But that's pretty funny that it was like his personal goal to beat your speed limit.
Yeah, so I made it 2.5 laps, and then at between mile marker 19 and 20, I ended up making helmet soup, and I decided not to put my helmet back on, and I was like, Corey, you just need to go finish this, and he pulled out a very similar lap time to mine without ever driving the car before, so it was really impressive that he got that done.
What's really good about that, though, is you know that if you ever need to have that happen again, you can just throw him in the driver's seat, because being in that co-driver's seat, you're looking at the course the whole time, but he's having to memorize and read everything to call it out to you as well, so it's actually kind of beneficial to have your co-driver get in. Sometimes people will have somebody else that's in the pits and keep your co-driver in that co-driver seat, but since he can get in and he can drive it, because he's also getting in today with Levi Shirley, I believe, correct?
Mm-hmm. He's with Levi right now, working on the car, make sure it's ready to go for later today. So he's going to have some pretty good knowledge of the track.
Mm-hmm.
After doing 4 laps yesterday, we did maybe 3 laps pre-running, so he's gonna know this track pretty well.
Exactly. And what kind of GPS do you run? Do you run the GPS that talks to you?
I have the lead nav, but I don't have it talk to me.
I was going to say, he is your talker.
I have Corey talk to me.
Some people will run the lead nav that actually talks too, and it's kind of, I don't understand that part, but you're talking about seat time, so you have Paul Wolf too. He was in, racing yesterday, was doing multiple pre-run laps the other day as well, so he's racing today as well, so he's going to have that knowledge stuck in his head just as much as Corey is, but it's going to be an interesting race. What do you think, Miles and I always do this, but with your lap times that you did, what do you think the 4,400 lap times will be?
I think they'll be slower.
Yes. Okay, so at that, because Kyle Chaney has the fastest lap of the day yesterday at a 52, I think it was a 52:29. So do you think that's going to stick? Because I think it's going to stick.
I think it's going to stick. That's incredibly fast for this track, and he did a great job yesterday. I just don't think the big cars have the nimble abilities that the little cars do in the canyons. And there's some straightaways, but the Can-Ams are so fast that it's going to be hard to beat.
Exactly, and we were out there too, and it's like some of them are so tight, these bigger cars are going to have trouble turning, but with the cars rutting out the course right now, we've been seeing course change just through the cameras, but they're going to have to be definitely using the horsepower to kick them around some of those tighter turns.
Yes, they are. It's getting pretty dug up, but
yeah,
they're gonna have to figure something out.
So are you coming to Visions to run Visions with us?
If I get my car all fixed up, I will be at Visions.
So you're having power steering issues. Is it overheating and it's just quitting on you? Because that's another thing we should talk about yesterday during the race. That's another thing that contributed to your heat exhaustion is because you're working so hard and having the tight turns in the courses on the course, you're working your body extra hard.
Yeah, I mean, I took off the line. I had power steering for about the first 10 miles, and then it would give out, and then you'd go into the corners. When you go down and take a left or a right, I had to have actually Corey grab the wheel because I couldn't physically turn it. I think it's like there's something thermally that it shuts off or it gets too hot. And we actually pulled in the pits and cut a chunk of the firewall out to see if we can get more air to it, but it didn't work. So we're just fighting it all day.
So are you running the stock steering, or do you have an aftermarket steering in there?
It's e-power steering.
E-power steering, okay.
Yeah, I think we're going to go to full hydro after this.
Gotcha. I've driven one with that. It's pretty awesome.
I think it's needed for how fast these cars are going.
Mm-hmm. Have you driven one with it then, so you know the feeling of it?
No, I've never done
it.
I have a Jeep with hydraulic steering, but
so you know what it's like. But
yeah,
racing. I've actually raced a car, and I was the driver of it with it. Yes.
How was it?
It was amazing.
Do you feel feedback?
No.
That's good and bad.
It is good and bad. The difference is, like the feedback sometimes is you want to make sure you don't have your thumbs wrapped, right? Because a lot of times the feedback can be so strong and it will grab your thumb. And a lot of people have broken their thumbs racing. My husband's a great example. He did that one time. But the feedback, you do not feel it with the steering. So that's pretty awesome that you're going to that. But look at that. Dwayne Garrettson on screen right now. He is hauling the mill. He had some issues earlier. He had some oil. I don't know if you've been watching it back in the pits or if you've been helping out in Levi's pit, but he had some oil pump issue earlier, and it's been a great race if you haven't been paying attention to it. But we have, who is it? It's Sean Rance. That was between Sean Rance and John Matthews. They've been going back and forth, first and second. They're kind of like playing leapfrog.
That's always a good race to be in too. Playing leapfrog, it's pretty fun.
Yeah, and we've had a couple of the Broncos have been on the side, but Josh Atterbury came through. He got towed in, and then we actually had John Rance earlier. He was setting off to the side, but we do have. Let's see, he's getting ready to come through the start-finish here in just a minute, but Dwayne Garrettson, like we see him on screen, his fastest lap time so far today has been 1:51. So it's really, 8 minutes off of Kyle Chaney's yesterday.
That's pretty fast. I get maybe the 4400s can pull it off.
Maybe, but I'm not sure. But I don't know. Miles and I go back and forth with this. I know you listen to it, so it's very interesting to see, and it's been like a kind of a, I keep saying we need to do side bets on it.
I think Jeremy Jones, I think he might have a good lap time. The Solid Axe car, just having so much steering angle in the canyons, I think he's going to have pretty hot laps out here.
And he's fast.
Jeremy is incredibly fast.
And I was talking with Erica Allreed, who is doing all of our pit reporting and everything for us. I was talking to her about our drivers and everything, and I was telling her, I said, Jeremy Jones, he's always fast. Every time he's always fast.
Yeah, he's incredibly fast in that car. It has the smaller shocks on it for the class season, but he makes it work. He's very impressive with that.
Very talented. We have a lot of talent out here. I mean, you are out here in our UTV class. You have a lot of talent. You won this race in 2021, like we said earlier, and lots of seat time. But hopefully you get your steering fixed, because that's a bummer. I mean, you have to have that.
We'll get it fixed. That car will be a killer when it's done.
Yeah, I mean, you're fast. Obviously, you're always up too.
Well, thank you.
But I'll let you get back to the pits. Are you going to help pit for Levi's team?
Yeah, I think I'm actually gonna be fueling for Levi.
Oh, nice.
Throw a fire suit on it.
Awesome. Fire suit and your helmet and your fire bib and everything. And
yeah, probably not my helmet, but
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Are you gonna take that home and steam clean the inside of it?
It might just be time for a new one. I don't know about that.
Oh, goodness. Well, I'll let you get going because I know that everybody's starting to gear up a little bit for our 4,400 race that's coming in. But we're going to bring Miles back in. But thank you for coming over and chatting with us. Glad you're feeling better today, and congratulations on your win last night.
Thank you, Pam.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, and we'll see you later. All right, we're going to bring Miles back in. We have another guest that's over here, and we'll bring him in just a moment. But we see that red bug going through the canyon. Was on the side there for just a little bit, and it's back moving along.
Thank you, Josh Smith. And Pam, that was fun to see. I loved, he just did a great job racing yesterday. Now he's going to hop in and fuel for Levi Shirley. I mean, everybody's out here to help everybody. I love seeing how all that comes together. And there's Dwayne Garrettson hitting that Rocky Mountain Speed and Fab launch.
And Miles, his fastest lap of the day is 1:51. So he has the second fastest lap of the day because John Matthews was at 1:10.
And it was an hour.
I mean,
and
an hour.
51 seconds.
Sorry. Could you imagine if it was a minute? My brain is jumbled with so much information.
And while we were in that interview, Alex Fleming got the checkered flag in second place for the 4600 Spider Track Stock Class. So it's John Williams unofficial 1 and Alex Fleming unofficial second place. So a great race we have there. And I think we're probably about 20 minutes away from bringing in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class. And we've got another special guest we're going to bring in here. We have the AMSOIL rep of Eric Stories. We'll bring in him and have a quick chat with him as well. This is the AMSOIL Big Sky 200. So we have our AMSOIL rep, Eric Story. How you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing great. This is your first time being around Ultra 4 USA and Yellowstone Off-Road Racing, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
So what's your first thought on it?
Looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, it's been a hoot.
Yeah, it's been great. Thanks again for coming out here. Like I said, AMSOIL is a presenting sponsor for us out here at the Big Sky 200, and you are out here kind of showing off your products. What's your favorite thing about AMSOIL? Is it the oil? Is it the lubricants? Or what do you have out here?
Well, I like all of it. One of the main things in Montana at the cold winters, on cold startup, especially with diesel pickups, you get a good, nice, easy start. And that's because the synthetic molecules are all aligned in a row by man rather than conventional, which is kind of just whatever the dinosaurs came up with.
Yeah, no, it's great to see what happens. Like I said, I've got a diesel myself, and I live in Kansas. It gets cold. It doesn't get Montana cold, but yeah, some of those cold start mornings is pretty rough.
Can be, especially on those older power strokes. Yep.
Yeah, so it's great to see the AMSOIL step in and be one of our presenting sponsors here at Ultra 4 USA. So really appreciate all the help you do with us. I know you're just one of the reps with it, but you're up here in Montana selling this stuff and helping out all these racers.
Yeah, AMSOIL seems to be getting more and more popular in Montana, and as the population grows and more people, so it's good for business.
There's Anthony Ice Cream Taylor coming through. But yeah, I mean, hopefully you can keep on with the AMSOIL, and I appreciate you coming out, setting up a booth, and hopping on the AMSOIL broadcast desk here. But yeah, it's a great time having you up here at the Big Sky 200, and thanks again to AMSOIL for sending out Eric's story. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
It's great to see the support of all of these sponsors that come out here and help represent everything. Eric Story here with AMSOIL. Hopped on the AMSOIL broadcast desk with us during the AMSOIL Big Sky 200. We have another Yellowstone off-road truck pulled off the side. That's Taryn, I believe.
Yes, Taryn Hallerich.
That's the 4584 of Taryn Hallowich on screen. We're watching our Optima leaderboard up there as Taryn crosses over. The race line wheels start finish. The white flag is out once again for the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modified class for the 4584 of Taryn Hallowich.
And we did see him earlier. He came through with that left rear flat on the after lap 1, but his fastest lap of his day has been a 1:03:04. So he's trucking along, going super fast, on trying to make up some time on there, but he is running in that 4th position in the 4500 modified class. And there we see one of our Your racers going up Scotts Bluff.
Look at the view we have here. There is so much land out here. It is absolutely amazing. I've been up here for over a week now, taking in all the sights and, setting up course, setting up all the booths, and helping out anywhere I can. And it's been so much fun teaming up with Aaron and Grizz and Don and the entire Yellowstone Off-Road Racing team. They've got a great group. Like-minded people have like-minded fun, and we're here racing for the Amsoil Big Sky 200. And the little Herbie that could, we got another bug out there. Rear engine, 1600cc, air-cooled. That is the 1144 of Jake McFarland in a 69 Class 11 out of Power, Montana, with Luke Stewart riding shotgun as he's up and over the Yukon launch.
So, Miles, while we were also away, I was looking at the timing, and we have, John Matthews set down that 1 hour 10 second, which we were talking about earlier, and I was calling it a 1 minute, which would have been an amazing lap. But Dwayne Garrettson has thrown down 1 hour 51 seconds. So we have Dwayne Garrettson has set the second fastest lap time of the day so far. And we still have the unlimited cars going later on, and it's going to be exciting to see. But talking to Josh Smith, I was asking him what he thought, and he was thinking that Kyle Cheney will probably hold on to it. But there we do see Albert Contreras right there, trucking along. He got back out on course after his incident earlier on. Everybody's okay.
Yeah, great to see that. He got stuck in the mud, blew that corner, and then Joe Fabrizio blew the same corner. So it really is this track's starting to deteriorate just a little bit. But Albert Contreras from Compton, California is out on course, part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class with Ultra 4 USA. And there's John Rance still plugging around. We saw him. So it looks like John Rance is still plugging around in that Bronco, who was pulled over for a little bit, but still moving.
Yeah, he's moving, but he's kind of limping it along there a little bit. So maybe he's just trying to finish the race, get those points for it. But he's not moving as fast as he was earlier, that's for sure.
Here's Jake McFarland crossing over the race line wheel start finish. Heading out for his second and final lap. And we're going to, Pam, I'm going to give you a little bit of a break now, let you step away. We're going to bring in another one of our guys out here. We'll bring in Matt Holt and have a chat with him, see how his week has been going up here in Montana.
Awesome. I'll be back here in just a little bit.
So I'm going to bring in Matt Holt. You helped do a lot of behind the scenes with it here at Ultra 4 USA. And what exactly have you done here this week?
Well, I compare myself to a miniature version of you. I kind of run around, hang out in the pits a little bit, get to see some cool sights. I do a handful of things, a lot of production behind the scenes, again, with Clyde and his crew. It's super awesome to see, a lot of the teams. And, again, hang out in the pits is one of the things I enjoy. I got to hang out with the pits guys a little bit. And so it was really, really awesome to talk to a lot of the race teams, a lot of the sports teams. Again, see the socials, follow with all the crews. It's so much fun to be here. Again, we do a lot behind the scenes. Again, kind of like you do. It's neat to see guys out there having a good time. Got to talk to a lot of the York series, which don't necessarily race always with Ultra 4. Get to meet those guys, hang out with them, talk in the pits, goof around, see their style of racing and how they do things. A little more grassroots than probably what we're used to seeing with the Ultra 4. But it's super awesome to see, and again, we really appreciate all those guys coming out and letting us come race with them. And again, so far I think it's been a huge success with this event. So
yeah, it's been a lot of fun, and like I said earlier, I mean, like-minded people have like-minded fun. We're here racing, so what else can you do? And speaking about racing, you did a little bit of racing yourself. Give us a little kind of background on what you do, or at least what you try to do.
Yeah, appreciate that. We've done a lot. Grew up kind of racing dirt bikes and four-wheelers, doing some endurance stuff, some local, short course stuff. Started racing mud trucks, mud bogs, stuff like that. Illinois is very flat, kind of like out here. You see as far as the eye can see, as they say, out this big sky 2100. Again, a lot of mud drags, mud bogs. About a decade ago, I went and started racing in this rock bouncing thing. Built the chassis, came out, put together a team with my brother Nate Holt and another buddy Sean Cross, and had a blast with it. Sold that chassis, built our own the next year. Went out. We've done nationwide ever since then. 8-9 years now total. So I really enjoy it. We actually came out and raced the shootout at the King Hammers a few years ago and had a great time with that. Now I get to do commentary with you out in the booth and Ian and a handful of other guys, so that's a lot of fun. Got to do some commentary with the 918 race as well at the Mid-America Off-Road Park. And again, that place has absolutely just exploded since we've started coming there, with everything from the pool to, just asphalt parking lot. One of the nicest parks, I think, if not the nicest park in the United States. So.
100%. And speaking about that, Visions is just right around the corner. We'll be there in, I think, 3 or 4 weeks. And kind of, I've been talking about it all weekend long. The Ultra 4 USA, Travis Pastrana. What's your take on it? What are the few highlights you're looking forward to?
I think it would be easier to say what I'm not excited for than what I am excited for. They have, again, Pastrana. I'm a little bit of a fanboy, at heart.
Aren't
we
racing, all?
At racing. So, obviously, rally cars are really cool. They're like a little bit smaller version of an Ultra 4 car. They just go real fast. Typically don't do as many rocks, So, super stoked to see that. Again, they'll have rock bouncer stuff there, Ultra 4 stuff. And there's always stuff you don't think about, like the pit bikes, seeing pit bike racing. We saw RC cars last year at Visions.
And they'll be back, RCs and Barbie Jeep.
Yeah, awesome. Yeah, Barbie Jeep. Again, it's a great time. Some of those younger guys that do that, I appreciate, because I don't know if my body could handle some of those dips they hit, So it's, again, so much fun to watch that. Visions, no matter what you're into, there is something there for you for Visions. Again, it's grown. Again, another thing that's grown every year, got bigger and bigger and more stuff. I don't know how Jason keeps track of it all, just because there's so much going on.
He's got a big team behind the scenes that helps him out. But yeah, he's got a big idea to make everything happen, and it's really cool to see Pastrana and him been bouncing around all these ideas. That new track is going to be absolutely amazing, and then we'll be racing there next weekend for MAO short course, and then a couple weeks later for Visions.
And I'm sure they have some Memorial Day stuff playing there as well for that Mid-America course again. I'm excited to see the course they're setting up for the rally cars. I've heard there's going to be a little bit of dirt, a little bit of asphalt, a little bit of concrete. There are going to be some high bank turns. I've gotten like little snippets on the web of dark stories of all this new track they're set up. So I'm going to be so stoked to finally see it in person, and maybe get the bouncer out playing a little bit. And again, it's when you have 3 or 4 different genres of racing all at one time. The little macho-ness comes out, and we start comparing cars, comparing notes, and trash talking. I'm sure will probably exceed limits. So I'm really excited to see that. Again, it's obviously Ultra 4 is always a great thing to do. Which like I said, this 2/3 of the EMC class we're watching here this morning with a couple of the classes. I actually got to go talk to a few of them this morning. One of the people I got to kind of hang out with and interview a little bit, Shelby McDonald and her co-driver, Allie McDonald, 20 and 17-year-old girls racing an early Bronco right now.
And they're part of the Your Series, correct?
Yes. And again, you can see they had some issues this morning, had to check some fluids, took the whole nose of the Bronco off, and it's still out there. He's like, we'll pick it up when we get done. So the truck kind of looks more like a Terminator right now than it does a race car. But super awesome, again, to see, 2 young girls out there battling, very aggressive driving. They're trying to work their way through the pack like the rest of them. Again, we see a Volkswagen thing this over to our left here, and
it was racing earlier, so I hate to see them out of the race. Tough luck for them.
I was telling several people, it's a Volkswagen thing. Like, oh, what's that thing called? I'm like, no, it's a Volkswagen thing. That's actually what it's called. They're like, that's crazy. It's kind of like a Jeep, like on the beach,
And we got racing out on screen. There's John Rance hitting the Yukon launch,
getting one of those Ford Broncos. Again, he's raced at Hammers before. Getting another one of our Your trucks there, ripping through the finish line. And there's our Ford Bronco on scene.
John Rance hitting the Brannick bump. He's been running strong all day. Had a couple issues. We saw him pulled over, but really glad to see him back out there and moving. Part of the 4600 Spider Track stock class, and I believe the next time we see him on the next camera will be the checkered flag. So I believe he'll get that third unofficial place in the 4600 Spider Track stock class. About one more mile to go for John Rance.
Again, speaking of Broncos, we saw Paul Horschel's car up there earlier, and obviously his Ford Bronco, I think, is going to definitely try to do some work this weekend. Independent front, independent rear.
With rear steer.
Yes, and with rear steer. I think he's the only guy that's ever had rear steer on a buggy, other than the earlier rock crawler days.
In a race car, maybe.
Yeah, in a race car, what I would consider a modern-day Ultra 4 car.
It's probably the most advanced car out there, and the checkered flag, J.T. Taylor has it out. John Rance grabs the checkered flag, unofficial third place in the 4600 Spider Track stock class here at the Amsoil Big Sky 200.
Again, that'll wrap up your unofficial podium, coming up with that Ford Bronco there.
Just for the one class, we still have the 4500s out there and a lot of the Your competitors, so we still have a lot of racing to go. We've been racing for almost 4 hours already today, but, man, it's been a great, great race.
And again, as we saw that Volkswagen just drive by us a few seconds ago, I've seen several other cars kind of pull in the pit and have some mechanical issues and end up calling it. It's amazing to see how much of attrition you've seen so far today. And again, we went and out and checked out some camera locations earlier this week. I kept telling everybody, I think this is going to be a fun course for people. It's fast, it's loose. There are a couple of corners and some G-outs you're going to have to check up for and really kind of make your time worth it.
And here comes out the white flag for one of those old Broncos.
I loved his license plates. It said farm use. I'm like, I don't know how farm use that actually is. But again, a great looking Bronco. I got to check out some of their fuel stops. It's great to see those guys. Again, there's a beautiful shot of that open wide terrain. Again, now you can clearly see why they call this the Big Sky 200. Again, yesterday with the side-by-side racing, that was a lot of fun to watch. Again, it was really neat to watch the Nathan Parker, 14 years old, out here this weekend, yesterday, crushing it, coming out and tackling it. I seen he got to do a little interview with you guys. It was really neat. And that was just 14 years old out here trying to run with the big dog. So really, really awesome to see. And I think the highlight of the day was him passing in qualifying. Like, that's when you know you're pushing it super hard. So, again, huge shout out to him for coming out and battling with the big dogs. I think we'll see big things with him in the future. I know him and Cheney were hanging out doing a little stuff together. So.
Oh, yeah, no, Team Momentum has a good thing going. They got 3 first place yesterday in the youth class, the unlimited, and the stock class. So it's great to see that. And bringing Kyle Cheney into your team to help coach you, I mean, you can't have much better than that. I was talking to Brian Fulcher yesterday a little bit, and the smile on his face said it all. I mean, he is here to have fun and do big things, and that is exactly what he is doing.
And again, I think Cheney said I was talking to several people from the Your Series. They estimated 55-ish was the fastest lap they've ever seen. He ran a 52 on his first lap. Absolutely blazing.
Back in 2019, the course was a little bit different, but Jason Blanton did a 48-minute with 40, a different course. But that 52-34 is going to be super hard to beat by Kyle Cheney. But we got a couple unlimited cars with 1,000 horsepower. Anything can happen.
And that's kind of what we were talking about a little bit last night around the campfire about, are the big cars going to be faster than the smaller cars? Obviously, you have a much bigger straightaway, but you also have that power-to-weight ratio that a lot of guys were talking about. You know, with a very high horsepower small car, it's so light, tons of horsepower. You can really pitch it into those corners. You know, again, it's kind of interesting to see how some of that's going to play out tomorrow.
The time, like you're talking about, I don't know. Could Kyle Cheney's time get beat? Yes.
Yes.
Could Kyle Cheney's time stick? Yes. I mean, it's going to be close. Kyle Cheney, you put him behind a tractor, he's going to go fast. So you can never count him out. But with a few of the big names we have, anything could happen.
Yeah, and again, I'm excited to see. I know Paul Wolf is out there. Again, he's going to be hard charging fast.
One of my favorites is Bailey Campbell. Her car is built for this track. Now, obviously, Paul Wolf's a single seat, a little smaller car, but Bailey's car is bigger and heavier and longer and wider, bigger fuel, doesn't have to stop for fuel in the pits. But I mean, Paul Wolf on that pole is
Oh,
going to be
yeah.
hard to beat.
And again, speaking of that bigger, wider, we got Levi Shirley sitting right there in the same camp
And
as
the
him.
Eurofighter.
So
Yep.
I think that's going to be really interesting to
Tom-
see how that plays
Tom
out.
Prendergast
Yes.
has one as well.
So it's a little bigger, a little wider. On those flat straightaways, you can absolutely just hammer down. So I think it'll be really interesting to see. That top 10 competitors they're all hard charging fast. So it'll be really interesting to see.
And part of the Your Series, they have Rowdy with TDK, and then I saw Pool in a TT Unlimited truck. So it's going to be pretty interesting to see as we see the Yukon launch getting hit as we speak.
Again, this Jeep Cherokee here, they had actually 2 race cars they had planned on racing. And
so the Cherokee is still going right now. We have our camera crew out on course. So much fun watching this race. I can't wait for the rest of the day to happen. What a great day of racing we have. And I just saw that, or just got information that John Matthews just passed the Spider Tracks backstretch. That's at that skiddy panel section. So I'm going to have him time it unofficially between him and Sean Rance Sr. Remember, Sean Rance pulled in the pits, was having alternator issues. So we'll see what kind of time. But also, it didn't sound like John Matthews' car was healthy. So anything can happen on this last race. To finish first you must finish.
And again, like I said, we talked a little bit about that war of attrition this weekend. Again, wide open spaces. You want to push the car, want to go fast. But again, anything, that $2 bolt, a couple guys were talking about heat. Obviously, you're raking 4 long laps. Obviously, the heat can start to build. You can have problems with the engine problems. We've seen a couple guys pull transmission coolers or change some transmission issues, pulling into the pits with that. So again, when you're pushing a car that hard, that fast, that long, higher speeds is great because you do get a little more air movement than say like on the rocks. But if you're in the rocks like in Hammers, you're on the gas, off the gas a lot. Where here, you're pretty much pushing it to the pedal the whole time. So
yeah, it's going to be hard on transmissions,
Oh, yeah.
on a little bit of everything out there. We heard some issues with John Matthews early with his transmission. Sean Rance is having an alternator issue. So our top 2 in the 4500 Yukon Gear and Axle Modify class have both had issues, but are still both pushing. And I'm just gotten an unofficial time split. It is 3 minutes between John Matthews and Sean Rance. So on adjusted time, that's only 2 minutes.
Ooh.
So it's going to be down to the wire.
It is.
Can Sean Rance push hard enough without losing the alternator completely?
Yeah. Again, you want to kind of, and again, it could be a bearing going bad in the alternator. You just need that bearing to hang on a little bit longer just to get across the finish line. Again, we've seen several kind of weird errors. Retired guys in the pits this morning went down there and hung out for a while. After I watched the big jump, that was incredibly awesome to watch that huge jump. Some of those guys were absolutely sending it yesterday at the side-by-sides. We saw a couple of the faster guys in the big cars come out.
There's a great video of Paul Wolf hitting that jump that was shared all over Facebook. And yeah, he absolutely sent it. I was here announcing during the race, and we had Jaron Gunter standing off to the side, and you can see it in the background, but it's a long ways from us.
Yeah.
But he said he was above the flags, and he was
Jeez.
right. He was giving it all he had. But he had a mechanical failure,
Yeah.
tough break, but he's coming back for redemption this afternoon. So be sure, this race is winding down. It's not over,
Yeah.
but the action's getting a little slower, but we still have a lot of racing to go. But be sure to set yourself a timer. 1 p.m. MST, the big dogs will be kicking off.
Yeah, we talked to Paul a little bit last night, and they had a bearing failure, front wheel bearing. I think it was a front wheel bearing. Had a wheel bearing, ended up being able to try to replace it, tighten it because of the failure. They couldn't quite get everything tightened up and just kept having issues. And finally, we tried the car. Again, no sense of really turning something up. He was already sitting, I think, third.
There went Eddie Oliver across the race line, start finish, heading out for another lap.
Again, there's that Bronco we were talking about, the McDonald's. They're pulling into their pit. I think this is going to be their last lap.
Yeah, that was Shelby and Allie McDonald and that old school Bronco out of Flowy, Montana.
And Allie's 17, Shelby's 20. Shelby actually had a little different co-driver at the start of the race. Kale was in there. He's 33. He's done quite a bit of racing before. He hopped out, and that's when Allie hopped in. They went out and raced some more, and obviously it's super neat to see an all-girls race team out there, Hammernoi, and being young girls, too. You wouldn't think they'd be that aggressive. She said we're trying to pick some people off.
That's what I'm talking
which
about.
is really, really neat to see. Again, what you see there's on screen, there's a 1600 class.
A single-seat 1600 VW air-cooled engine dropping down the Brannick bump.
When we pulled in the other day, there was 4 or 5 of those guys lined up. It was, again, super neat to see those cars. And you see them a lot like at the Baja, so it's kind of cool to see them out here in Montana, out here at the Big Sky 2100, checking that out. They are again, fierce competitors. We saw them guys a couple of those guys hitting that jump pretty good, too. Again, weren't getting as much air as some of the big cars, but, again, neat to see those guys. Again, 1,600 cc's. When you start rating things in cc's, that's, when you're getting to the lower end of that spectrum of power. But, again, that's, you see, side-by-sides are starting to creep up to that 1,600 cc mark,
They're over it. The Pro R's at 2,000 cc.
Yeah, so it's just kind of crazy to see that, we have big cars and small cars. The motors are starting to get a little more, that line is starting to get a little more blurry between race car and, big car and small car. Again, you can see them out there.
Yeah, this is grassroots racing at its finest here at Yellowstone Off-Road here at the Old Cow Motor Speedway for the Throttle Down Customs Big Sky 200.
You can see as guys start to finish, they can get a little more clean air out there. And you can see all those flags blowing pretty good in the wind, so looks like got pretty good wind out there.
Yeah, we're just going to try to change it.
Lots of action has happened all day long. There's Jesse Bennett. We saw him pulled off for a little bit. Glad to see him back moving.
And he's been out there fierce fighting all day today. Again, obviously I'm a little partial to the teal there. Again, running that 4,600 class.
Yeah, we saw him crawled under the middle of his car towards the front. So I don't know if it was a drive line or something in the engine underneath, but he was under there for quite some time. So it's great to see him adapt and overcome and get back out on course and keep on rocking.
And again, we love seeing the Cherokees out there. There's a lot of 4,600 guys that race them. They also do some Jeep speed stuff with them. I've seen a few in the Your series as well. So that tried and true six-cylinder 4.0 is pretty durable. Again, Jeep made that for a long time. Put that in the XJs, the Cherokees, the Grand Cherokees, the ZJs. So they were battling that for quite a while. And again, a lot of guys love that engine. Very durable. They've slowly started tweaking them up and get a little more power out of them.
Yeah, I was talking to Kendall Glines that was in this race. He lost his transmission. I was telling you about that earlier. He just had to put a new 4-liter in 2 weeks ago.
Ugh.
They were just starting it up to move it to work on it, and they're like, that was a funny sound. And, yeah, it had an engine issue.
Man.
So they called their engine builder on a Saturday. They had it parts overnighted. They were there on Monday, fixed the car Monday, Tuesday, loaded up Wednesday, headed to Montana.
Wow, less than a week turnaround time from pulling the engine out to headed to a race. That's impressive.
That's what Ultra 4 USA is all about, is when in doubt, figure it out.
Yeah, again, that's really incredible.
So Jesse Bennett still pushing strong out there. And this is a fun little section, but there's a big T-post right here, so it's a danger marked on your lead nav. Are you very familiar with the lead nav?
A little bit. I played with it, JT and me, a couple years ago. I downloaded it at Hammers and played with it and really enjoyed it. We've done some of the teardown in Tennessee. We got to play with it a lot out there. And again, I love the cornering markers. I love the GL markers. Again, some of those are for safety. Some are obviously for race notes. Again,
Yep.
I think that's very classy that that happens. And again, it's really awesome. Love playing with the app. Again, I know you can also do subscription service where you can get voice directions. I was talking to Shannon Campbell one time. He's like, yeah, you can pre-run if you have like their highest package. You can pre-run from your recliner. I'm like, there we go. That's awesome.
Yeah, so I'm not very technical, but JT, that's how how he sets a course. So I kind of tag along, give him a hand, and he's showing me the ropes. But yeah, you can mark dangers, you can mark race miles, and then you send them the file, and then they can put in their own notes on, hey, remember here you need to step it up or pull back, or to each your own. Figure out what works for you and your co-driver. But it gives you the availability to do stuff, and with the voice commands in a single-seater, you can go there, make your notes, and it will tell you, hey, blind rise, hammer down or whatever, or big G out, slow down.
Yeah, and again, I think that's a perfect example, kind of like we were just talking about, those Cherokees. If you have 10 Cherokees and they're all pretty much the same horsepower, all pretty much the same drivetrain, that little advantage here and there, knowing when to push and when to back off, can really make a big difference overall in the day, especially making all those laps.
That is Daniel Wright and Randy Wright out on course in that 98 Jeep TJ. King Shock's eating it up out there. It looks like it's the Spider Trax backstretch out there. Some of these big unlimited cars will be up over 100 miles an hour this afternoon.
That's incredible.
And the footage today is absolutely amazing. So this next race is going to be one for the record books, I'm sure. We've got a lot of fast guys and gals that'll be taking the course.
Again, that is just absolutely, that drone footage there is absolutely just incredible. Watching those guys just rip along, just beautiful. You see that green grass in the background, blue sky, just absolutely wonderful to watch. Kind of neat to see, especially when you can see a big pan picture and there's 3 or 4 different tracks, so you see 3 or 4 different vehicles going different directions. It's always kind of neat to see in the background.
Yeah, the next race will have 50 cars take off. We'll have 35 with Ultra 4 USA and 15 with Yellowstone Off-Road Racing. So some of the fastest out here is going to be taking the course at 1 p.m. Mountain Standard Time. So be sure to don't go anywhere. Set yourself an alarm. Get your cooler packed. Get the snacks ready. And it's going to be a great afternoon of racing. But speaking about great, we've had a great morning of racing.
Again, snacky snacks. That's kind of that's now you're talking my language there.
I can tell.
Again, it's always great to get out there and have a lot of fun. Again, I think that's our Bronco coming through, that McDonald Bronco running through. They've been running this about 20 years, roughly. Obviously, the girls are new to it. They ran a little bit last year with a Volkswagen Beetle, similar to a Class 11. Again, this is their first time in their Bronco.
And most of the Yellowstone off-road is two-wheel drive, but that Bronco's obviously a four-wheel drive with Shelby and Allie pushing strong out there. Still have their spare tire intact. Made it up and over the Yukon launch, getting ready to drop down the Brannick bump.
And they run the comp mod class. You'll see a lot of some of the desert racing trophy truck looking T1, T2 style trucks are also run that comp mod class, as well as there was a few of the T1s or the comp mod class that were four-wheel drive. We saw like an orange truck pull in the pits earlier. He had lost rear-wheel drive, so he was only front-wheel drive. They had topped off his last fuel. They topped off the fuel and had taken off. And again, when he went to take off out of the pits, he saw the map pull up, only running front-wheel drive.
And there is John Matthews, our physical race leader out there. We'll see if he can pull this together. Remember, this race was on adjusted time. John Matthews is on the pole. Sean Rance was 1 minute behind him. So once that checker flag flies, Sean Rance only has 1 minute to try to reel in John Matthews. Be really exciting to see. There was about a 3-minute physical split, so 2 minutes on adjusted time at roughly race mile 26.
And again, I'm sure the crews were on the radio letting them know, hey, you're only several minutes behind him. You need to push.
And the white flag is out for the McDonald's in that 844 Ford Bronco. Allie and Shelby McDonald heading out for their third and final lap.
Speaking of Broncos, there's one popping up on screen. Again, there's several early Broncos out here, early Bronco or classic Bronco they call them. They made them from 1966 to 1977. They came with like a 302 or a 351. I've seen a handful of them out there. Again, Dana 44 front and a Ford 9-inch rear. Obviously, a lot of guys have changed the stocking suspension. It's a coil in the front, leaf in rear, similar to like the Toyotas as well.
There's our physical race leader once again, John Matthews, running a very strong pace out there. Had some issues early, but figured it out, made it happen, and now it's going to be a race to the finish between John Matthews and Sean Rance Sr. So I saw John Rance, who finished his stock class race over here, and I kind of hollered, like, hey, what have you heard from your dad? He's like, nothing. He turned off his radio. I was like, oh, yeah, he had that alternator issues, so he doesn't have any communication.
At that point, you're hoping the fans last a long time, keep the vehicle cool, but everything you don't need shut off.
Yeah, turn the radio off. But, yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, there is turn the AC off, the radio, and all that other stuff. But that's obviously Joe. Ooh, that could be Sean Rance Sr. there. So he's still moving, and that's that same camera we just saw. So on adjusted time, it's within a minute, I believe.
Wow.
This is going to be a great, great finish. John Matthews, ooh, and no communication with Sean Rance Sr. I love this part. I love it when it's a great race. 4 laps, 160 miles, and it's coming down to the last couple minutes to separate the top two. This is going to be a great finish. And they both had issues. They both went to the pits. They both figured it out, and both kept going.
Again, awesome drone footage there. Watching come up right behind him. It's just incredible to see him out there in that open terrain. And again, such a beautiful scenery followed by this awesome truck out there absolutely just hauling through there. Again, that's, since there is no communication, you kind of have that teeter-totter. You want to push hard, but also you're so close to the finish line, you want to try to keep that car together. And again, if you could track down a guy, that'd be awesome. But again, getting it to the finish line is super important too.
And remember, the driver and co-driver don't have communication either, so now it's just hand signals. So obviously the GPS is on the passenger side, and usually they're used to talking through their radios, but now it's hand signals.
Yeah, I didn't even think about the intercom being done as well, yeah.
There's Scotts Bluff. They have a couple, it looks like Albert Contreras and Dwayne Garrettson, if I'm not mistaken.
Again, just slowly trying to reel him in there.
Yeah, that's Dwayne Garrettson in the back in the 4,500 class, and Albert Contreras in the 46 class. So Dwayne's trying to eat through his dust. Dwayne's is a faster car, but they're in different classes, obviously. But it's still hard to pass. It looks like, can he get him on the inside, give him a little toot, and let him know he's there? Dwayne does. So Albert Contreras, the class act he is, sees him there, knows he's there, lets him in, and Dwayne Garrettson, the Ricky Bobby of Ultra 4 USA, heading out.
And they had some transmission problems this morning as well. They pulled in the pits, and it was just puking fluid out. Again, I'm not sure if they had an issue with the cooler not working properly, or, again, maybe a fuse or an alternator, a relay. Again, luckily, you're able to put some more fluid in there, get it going again. So, obviously, he's still going to be able to get a finish out of it, which is incredible. So, that's a great job on him, and a great job on the crew working there to keep the cars going.
Sean Rance, as we spot Sean Rance on screen right now, that is the car that had the alternator issue, but obviously it's working just enough to keep going.
That's a great job on him, and a great job on the crew working there to keep the cars going.
Sean Rance, as we spot Sean Rance on